I didn't ask you. I said, why do you have?
Our first case is on page 30. Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 2305-0206. Case address 2800 Davie Boulevard, owner Lewis and DeFranco. This case was first heard 8/8/23 to comply by 8/18/23, 8/22/23, and 10/10/23. Six sections not complied at $25 per day, $7,775 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. First, I'm sorry, the lie again.
No. Okay, never mind.
Good morning. Good morning. Will you both please raise your right hand? Do you swear the firm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
I do.
Right. One Inspector Magistrate, Inspector Diego Santos, representing the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2305-0206, address 2800 Davie Boulevard. This case was first heard on August 8th, 2023, where Special Magistrate Hansbrough ruled in favor of the city and the order the following rule: 10 days to comply violation 9-278E, 15 days to comply violation 9-307A, and 63 days to comply violations 9-304B, 9-306, 9-308A, and 9-280H1, or a fine of $25 per day thereafter. Violation 1812A was the only violation complied prior to the hearing on August 1st, 2023. As of this moment, the property remains a violation for all the other violations and fines still continue to accrue. And we have here the property owner to like to speak.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Louis Michael DeFranco.
Okay, why aren't we making more progress with all of
I
these?
can't hear you
Why aren't we making more progress with all of these violations?
because Mastec has been working in the area and I told the inspector. And nobody will come and do anything because they made such a mess. They broke my fence, they left all the cuttings on the ground, they ruined my lawn. And then nobody, every time I call somebody to come and help me over there because I can't do any more work. Nobody wants to work because Mastec is making such a mess and they're not cleaning up anything.
What is
Yesterday they
Mastix?
were there, they ran their payloader and their backhoe over my lawn. The day before that, they had all their trucks parked on they ruined my lawn. But nobody's telling anybody about that. All I keep telling this inspector, Mastec is making a mess here. Come and take a look for yourself. And you'll see, that's why nothing can be done. I've lived in this property for 40 years. And my house was always spectacular because I ran shopping centers. Believe me, the Promenade Shopping Center in Davie for 14 years. And nothing was taken. I worked on my house. And I bought that house. And I have a major problem with the heating problem from the sun until I can figure it out. I have an awning in the front of my window, which is the size of my window, 12 feet by 10. And the sun would come up on the east side because that's where the picture window face. The house would turn into a furnace. I have no air conditioning for the last 4 years because it burned up. I put that awning down. And now they want me to raise the awning and this excessive heat that we've had, sorry. You're not gonna intimidate my health because of a problem with code. Now, I know what code stands for. I was an inspector in the Connecticut city, in the city of Connecticut. The state of Connecticut. And let me tell you something, code means one thing to me, help the public until you can't help them no more. I can't walk no more because I had a heart attack and was prescribed a blood thinner, which I lost 40% of the blood in my body. And that's when I fell down. Take a look. $3,000 now to go fix that. And now you want to fine me for all these impositions from an inspector that's giving me nothing but no help?
Sir,
Sorry.
the fact is that the violations were found to exist at another hearing and the fines are already beginning to run.
Oh, that's
So
fine.
if a third party is responsible for some of them, then you have an issue with that third party. But right now, these are violations and some of them are stuff like failing to maintain the exterior walls, et cetera. I don't know that that's Mastic's issue.
I'm just talking about we're waiting on the grant.
The what?
You're waiting on the people to come to fix it for the grant.
Oh, I have the public, I have that, these people that came in from Broward. My.
The Broward helps
State your name, ma'am.
Monica Lively.
Okay, and what, has he hired a contractor for some of
Well,
this?
we were given a number that helps senior citizens and veterans do repairs on the house.
Okay, good.
And they came out and they did the inspection. They said it'd be another 2 to 3 weeks. We've been waiting about 8 weeks already.
Okay, all right.
That's
Well, we
right.
can try to work with that. But the hurricane shutters covering the window, that's a fire hazard.
Yes.
If there's a, sir. I
Covering my
listened
window.
patiently to you and now you have to listen to me.
Okay, fine, go ahead.
All right. If there were a fire in your home and they couldn't get in through those windows, that would be a problem. This is some of this code stuff is there for your protection, okay? So now that cool weather is coming, maybe you could open those shutters and so,
I intend to remove them.
okay.
The only
good.
reason why they were put up was because of the excessive heat from the east side in that major.
Okay, I understand that. I
Now
understand that.
that picture window that covers the whole wall in my house. If I open that awning, I don't mind the other ones. I'm gonna take them down. As soon as the contractor gets a thing out of this nightmare that he can't do anything because of mastic. I want those things down because I need I like the comfort of fresh air. And I like the comfort of knowing that somebody can get in there in case of a hazard.
Sure.
But the main awning, that 12-foot awning in the front of my house is such a nightmare with the heat. If anything, I'd rather take a can of black paint the window, but I know that's not acceptable. But the fact is, how do I maintain getting away from this heat problem? I've tried shutters, I've tried all kinds of things. The rest of the house, I admit, I agree. They should come down. I want to take them down. I hired a contractor to do this because I can't find nobody else to help me. I spend more time in the hospital. Spend time in a hospital for a month, learning how to walk because I fell down so many times.
Okay, anything else from the city?
Well, at this moment, the city is actually, we are able to provide him an extra extension, 28 days, and we'll suspend the fine. So the city is agreeable to do that.
Magistrate. Specifically for 9-278 with the hurricane shutters, because it does pose a safety hazard. I wouldn't recommend any more than 10 days to get those removed, because the case was opened in May, I believe.
But how could I remove them when I can't do it myself? When I did all the work, I already have, and they won't do anything work around my house until Magistrate completes their project.
Good morning.
It's a nightmare there with this Magistrate because
morning.
they've made such a mess.
We definitely understand, sir. For the record, Katrina Jordan, Code Compliance Manager, what I'm going to do is reach out to our Housing and Community Development Division and see if we can get you some assistance, okay?
If you get somebody out there, I'd be more than happy to let them take them down.
Not a problem.
Believe me,
Give your number to the inspector, so we're gonna reach out to you. Okay, so we'll
believe
reach
me,
out to you.
I
And see if you
appreciate
get some
any of the
assistance to
help
have
I
those
can get.
shutters removed for you, okay?
Okay,
Thank you.
But Mastic is, yesterday, you should have seen what they did yesterday with their backhoe.
all right, so how much time are we gonna give them on the shutters?
10 days on the shutters.
Okay.
20 on the rest.
All right. They're gonna try to give you some assistance. I'm gonna give you a little bit more time,
Fine.
but you know, the shutters have got to stay down. There's
What
nothing
about
else
that
we can-
awning in the front of it?
there's nothing I could do about that. They don't, the code doesn't distinguish between certain awnings and.
The awning came with the house.
I know, but that is not,
but
I
those
can't
windows don't
remake the
open.
law, sir. I could, you know, my job here is to enforce it, not to remake
I
it. So
understand.
you can take that up with the city commission. You can ask for, but I don't know, because it's a fire hazard, that you'll get anywhere with it.
But those windows don't open.
I understand. Look, remember that we spoke before and I explained to you, the awning is what you can do. You can open a little bit up. It doesn't have to stay all the way open, but at least it has to show 50% of the window.
When I show 50% of that window, I live in my living room because I can't live in my bedroom. So I say in my living room where that awning is. And believe me, I would more than happy be to accommodate you. But I gotta worry about my health. Now that it's getting cooler, I'll try what I can.
Or isn't there an air conditioner, you know, a wall unit or something that he might qualify for some kind of assistance for?
We're gonna reach out to HCD and see what we can help him do.
Yes, maybe we can get you a little wall unit, AC unit or something like that.
Now
We'll
who's gonna
try.
put it in?
Well, she's gonna try to work with you on that, okay? All right,
Okay,
we'll see what we can do. We'll give you a little bit more time to do it and
I
hopefully,
appreciate the help.
okay. All right, sir, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is that it? Can I go home and go to bed?
Yes, you can.
Good. I gotta do early today not to get here. 'Cause I wasn't gonna miss this at all. Like I said, I was an inspector for the state of Connecticut, but I wasn't on homes. I did bridges and I did major roads. And I couldn't go to nobody, didn't tell them to get it
Okay,
fixed. 'cause it
well,
was
good luck to
booming.
you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day, all of you.
You too.
And please, when we have an agreement for an extension, when you're in agreements, try to say that in the beginning. It has.
We weren't initially,
Oh.
he was going to impose, but
You
after
were waiting to
listening,
hear what he says.
after listening, I was like, I'm assuming there's something. that
Okay,
was
all right, thank you very much.
The next person.
Our next case is page 26. Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 2301 0329, case address 1331 South Ocean Drive, owner S Lip Inc. This case was first heard 6/13/23 to comply by 7/11/23. On suspension from 8/8/23 to 9/12/23. This case was first heard 6/13/23 to comply by 7/11/23. One suspension from 8/8/23 to 9/12/23. Three sections not complied at $25 per day, $6,825 accrued. Four sections complied at $25 per day, $3,500 accrued, for a total of $10,325. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Good morning, ma'am. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes. Good morning, your magistrate, Inspector Raphael Santos for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23010-329. The address is 1331 South Ocean Drive. Inspection report was posted on this property January 13th of 2023, and a copy was mailed to the list of the CPA. The case was first heard on June 13th, 2023, where the magistrate found for the city, giving to July 11th, 2023 to comply by or a fine of $25 per violation per day. After hearing on August 8th, fines were suspended till September 12th for code section 1812A, 18-1, and code section 47-34.1.8.1, and 63 days for code sections 9-308B, 9-306, 9-305B, and 9-304B. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines at this time. There are three code sections that are not in compliance, and those are 1812A, 18-1, and 47-3401 and K1. Code sections 9308B are complied, 9305 is complied, 9305B is complied, 9305A is complied, 9304B is complied. Violation 184C is complied as well. And we have the homeowner here who we need this.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Sandra Pulselli, Sandra Grilling Pulselli. It's under Isla Inc., the property.
Please speak up.
Oh, Sandra Grilling Pulselli.
Okay. And I see most of what has been complied, but we still have some problems with some of the conditions of the
Yeah,
property.
it looks worse looking at the pictures. Yeah, I've had problems physically with walking and my knees. I just recently had a total knee replacement. I thought I would be able to get this taken care of by today, but it's been really painful. I'm recuperating, but slowly.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm hoping,
How much time do you think you need?
I think I can do it within the next, December 14th, that's,
All right, how about if I
30
give you
days.
28 days? Would that do?
yes, that would help. Yeah,
Okay, 28 days and I'll suspend the fines during that time.
thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate
All
it.
right, feel better.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, we know where it's from. Next case, page 25. Inspector Paul Smart, case number CE 2309-0523. Case address 1600 Northeast 64th Street, owner 1600 Northeast 64th LLC. This case was cited 9/17/23 to comply by 9/17/23. One section complied at $200 for a total of $200. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 10/2/23 and no appeal was received.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Magistrate. I'm Paul Smart, the Port Compliance Night Inspector. This is the case number CE 230-90523 for property located at 1600 Northeast 64th Street. At approximately 9:54 p.m. I responded to a complaint regarding many vehicles parked at a vacation rental. Upon arrival of inspection,
Sir, can you hear the inspector speaking?
Yep.
Okay, can you hear the inspector speaking?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, well, he's gonna finish what he's saying and then you'll have your turn.
No problem.
all right, so upon arrival of inspection, I observed 4 vehicles in the driveway and 8 parked in the roadway. I spoke with occupants at the time and advised them that the vehicles need to be removed, which they agreed. And they started to remove the vehicles. Property was cited under section 15-278-1E for parking violation of vacation rental.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Yes, this is Moshe Rumane, property manager.
Okay, did you file an appeal in this matter?
No, I believe we called the guest that night and to tell them right away to move the cars, and we were on top of it. But and then I'm not sure if it happened it happened another time before, so I'm not sure if it was this one I spoke. But I believe we paid a fine for this. I'm not sure if it's this one. But we had a hearing.
So that
Yeah.
property in particular had different violations on it, which was actually seen by different inspectors on different nights. So that was just one case that I represent. I think also Officer Crock has another case on the same property within, close date, like I think it was probably that same weekend, right? Yeah, so there are other cases. But on that night
I
that
think this
went,
was the last.
Please don't speak while someone else is speaking. I have to listen to one person at a time.
Yeah, so on that particular night that I went there, it was just the parking issues that I addressed.
Okay, all right. Sir, in light of the fact that you did not file for an appeal, I'll tell you how it works at this point. Because you did not file for appeal, I can't do anything about the fine. I have to impose the fine. And because if you don't file appeal, everything the city is alleging is deemed admitted. So in light of the fact that there was no appeal filed, I have to impose the fine of $200.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, here's another case.
That's on the road. Okay, yeah.
Next case, page 24. Inspector Robert Crop, case number CE 230804444, case address 1600 Northeast 64th Street, owner 1600 Northeast 64th LLC. This case was cited 8/13/23 to comply by 8/13/23. Two sections complied at $200 or a total of $400. Cities requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 8/28/23 and no appeal was received.
Inspector Robert Brock for case number CE 230800444.
He left.
What's the next case? We'll call you back.
Okay. Next case, page 22. Inspector Paul Smart, case number CE 2309061, case address 6241 Northeast 19th Terrace, owner Anthony J. Regari and Kimberly G. Regari. This case was cited 9/24/23 to comply by 9/24/23. Two sections complied at $200 for a total of $400. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 10/9/23. Citation appeal received.
Sorry about that.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Officer Smart, City Court Lauderdale Code Compliance 19. For case number CE 2309061 for property located at 6241 Northeast 19th Terrace. On 9/24/2023 at approximately 9:27, I responded to a complaint regarding loud party at a vacation rental. Upon arrival of inspection, I could hear loud talking from more than 50 feet of the property line. There was also a vehicle parked on the swale. One was parked on the lawn. And two in the driveway, and another was blocking the sidewalk. I took a video of the noise, a 60-second video of the noise to capture the noise at the property at the time. And then I made contact with the responsible parties who actually are property owners. They came out, they spoke to the renters and advised them to remove the vehicles and to cease with the noise. I did advise the property owners that they will still be cited for violations. Section 15-785A for the noise emitting from the noise imitation statement and standards for vacation rental, and section 15-2781E vacation rental parking violation.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Anthony Ruggieri?
Kimberly Ruggieri.
Okay, what do you want to tell me in support of your appeal?
Basically, what we're questioning specifically on the parking violation is that it is stated on here, it says it's irreversible and irreparable. When, as Mr. Smart said, as soon as we got there and confronted the tenants, within the hour, those vehicles were moved from, the violation areas, and the property was cleared out. The noise ordinance, we understand. We're not contesting that. It's more that the parking violation, saying that it's, was irreparable is not consistent with, us getting the vehicles moved from where they're not supposed to be.
And honestly, when we asked them to move the vehicles and we asked them to keep it down, they were outside barbecuing. It wasn't a party or anything. It was a family. When we asked them to keep it down, they did. I even, checked with the neighbors, made sure we came back. We live down the street. So, we were there as soon as the officer called, I'm sure he can attest that we were there within 3 minutes of his call. And we asked him to fix it and they did.
All right, so in terms of the parking, as I said, we actually did go back later on after 11 or sometime thereabout, and they're actually still parked there. So that's why the violations.
When I went back, and I don't recall the time, the vehicles were all moved. So I'm not sure about the timing on that.
Yeah, I do have pictures when I did go back later on that evening to do the posting. Actually, they were still there.
Okay, well, when I went back, I guess it was after the vehicles had been moved.
Yeah, they actually never moved those vehicles after we left. When I got back there to do the posting, they were actually still there.
Okay, Okay, I'm gonna find for the city.
Okay,
Thank you.
Next case, also page 22, Inspector Paul Smart, case number CE 23100002. Case address 2612 Key Largo Lane, owner Pierre A. Lewis. This case was cited 10-123 to comply by 10-123. Two sections comply to $200 for a total of $400. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 10-16-23, and a citation appeal was received.
No.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Officer Smart for the Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Night Team. This is for case number CE 231-00002 for property located at 2612 Key Largo Lane. So at approximately 1:47, I responded to the complaint regarding loud party at a vacation rental. Upon arrival at inspection, I could hear music coming from the property. I then captured a video where I was standing 25 feet as per the code ordinance for vacation rentals of the noise being made. I then called the number listed on the vacation rental certificate for the responsible party, but it went straight to voicemail. I left a voicemail, explained that a violation is currently happening at the property and they need to respond within the hour. The responsible party never returned my call, nor showed within the hour. Citations were issued and posted to the property for failure to respond to the property within the hour. Citations issued were section 15-278 5A for noise and section 15-275 for responsible party not responding.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Pierre Louis. I'm the owner of the property located at 2612 Key Largo Lane.
All right, and what do you want to tell me in support of your appeal?
We have videos of Mr. Smart approaching the property. The video does not show that. The video does record both, and I will share my screen if I'm allowed to. Does record both video and audio, and there was no noise coming at the time that Mr. Smart was at the property. And more importantly, the videos are motion activated, which means that as soon as someone gets within range, they start recording both audio and video. Again, no noise was detected, at least not coming from the property. And that those videos are, the cameras are attached to the property itself. Also, I believe where Mr. Smart is standing is not 25 feet from the property line, it's at the property line itself. And even with the video that's Mr. Smart provided, I am not able to hear any noise. I don't know if the magistrate was able to hear any noise coming from the property. Secondary to that issue was the call, and I have to admit that was an error on our part in the way that the property manager was set up the designated party. That phone number was, at least the initial phone number was the phone that is at the property itself, the hard line. We have since updated that application to appoint a person designated, which is Mr. Scott Harris, who will receive those calls, who live roughly 10 minutes from the rental property, who will receive those calls to respond to these kind of issues. In addition to having taken those remedial measures, we have taken phone numbers from all the neighbors on both sides of the property, including the one behind the property, to ensure that we get in front of those issues before it escalates to a code violation. And we have not since this particular incident have any issues with guests at the property.
Okay, I'll find for the city on the 1 hour response time, but I'll let you rebut the noise issue. Inspector?
We're having some technical issues. Play the video for us.
One second.
What's the problem?
Oh, Jerry.
It's kind of more for work, much lower. The other property owner, for the other. So this. So let me just kind of argue that point, if you don't mind, Mr. Magistrate. So the thing about it is most of the music is coming from the pool area, which is actually behind the property. Now, at the time, at that night that I'm there, I can plainly hear the music. I know the recording is not as amplified as it is, but you have to understand that this is behind the property.
If I may rebut, Madam Magistrate.
Which is kind of within 25 feet of the property line. If I can plainly hear music, that's a violation, because that meets the standards that what says the neighbor that lives 5 feet away from me, if I can hear that music at 25 feet. So that's why the ordinance is made and read that way, that if from 25 feet I can hear playing music, that means the neighbor 5 feet away is being disturbed as well. Because it's gonna be more amplified than being beside them.
Okay, so it's your testimony that you were standing 25 feet from the property line and could hear that music?
Yes, I was in the middle of the road.
All right, sir, anything else?
Yes, Madam Magistrate, just to be clear, the road itself is about 24 feet from the property line. So Mr. Smart would have to have been standing in the neighbor across the street for it to be 25 feet. So if it's standing at the property line, that's less than 25 feet, does not meet the code definition for the distance itself. Now, as far as I understand, there's testimony that I was trying to share my screen here and I'm unable to do that. The first contact on that night, to the extent that I guess the motion picked it up, the first contact with the property as far as like going into the property was at 2:13, and there's no noise coming in from the cameras that are attached to the property itself. And if I may be allowed to share my screen, I can play it for the for you, Madam Magistrate. And this is 3 different clips of 5 seconds each with Mr. Smart at the property where there's no noise currently coming from the property. Just play it one more time just for the magistrate.
3 5-second clips.
Yeah.
That's me trying to make contact with them, trying to tell them to turn it down. That's why I had to go onto the property, but not, no one is responding. I'm trying to call the responsible party, no one is answering.
For me, this comes down to whether or not you were 25 feet from the property line. And so the question is, where were you standing in the middle of the road? Were you standing on the other side of the road? Where
I
were
was
you
actually in the middle of the roadway.
Okay.
That's not 25.
And is that 25 feet from the property line?
So the thing about it is, the actual property line of the property does not start where the road actually meets the property. It starts beyond that. So when you do the measurement from, I'll probably say about six feet up into the driveway, and into the middle of the roadway, it is 25 feet. But did I do an actual measurement? I did not, but
Or because you're onto the sidewalk and the swale is technically not the property line. The property line is
does go further in.
right, correct.
But respectfully, there's no sidewalk around that area. In fact, the driveway comes all the way up to the street.
I mean, I can put it up.
Just for reference. This is John, Broward County Property Appraiser. So I think what he's referring to is this is the driveway, and you see all of this side of here is city property. What he's referring to is driveway extending to the street. That's why he's saying he needs to be all the way over there. And that's the property line. That's the part of the driveway he's referring to.
This is the property line.
Yes, and I think he believes that his property line ends at the driveway.
Well, but is the middle of the road 25 feet?
So.
What'd you say?
Going down with approaching plant supervisor, if you measure property line to property line, it's actually 52 feet. So the middle would be 25 feet. If you measure from one property line across the street to the other, it's approximately 50 feet, 52 feet. So the midpoint would be 25 feet, which is the middle of the road. And BCPA, Broward County Property Appraiser, has a tool for measuring. You can see that. And he's trying to upload it so we can put it on the screen for everyone to see right now.
Okay.
Well, you know, I think at this, because I didn't have that, that's not information that I had access to, nor that I think would be relevant in this particular forum. I don't think it's actually fair at this particular forum for that information to be presented right now for decision to be made. I think to the extent that that was being considered, that it should be provided, and then at a later hearing, giving a fair opportunity for me to rebut that information.
Magistrate, reminders needed or not, but you know, I believe what he's asking for is discovery, and I don't think, you know, this is the right forum for that.
Well,
Quasi judicial.
and he opened the door by saying it wasn't 25 feet, so. All right, we're gonna find for the city.
Then come back.
Is there? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go back to page 24. Inspector Robert Crop, case number CE 23080444, case address 1600 Northeast 64th Street. Owner 1600 Northeast 64th LLC. This case was cited 8/13/23 to comply by 8/13/23. Two sections complied at $200 for a total of $400. Cities requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline 8/28/23, and no appeal was received.
No, you're-
Okay. Go ahead.
Code Inspector Robert Crock, presenting to the city, case number CE 23080444, address 1600 Northeast 64th Street. This property was cited for 15-2781E. Parking violations for vacation rental, 15-2785A, noise emitting from the vacation rental property beyond. When I arrived at the property, I found noise to be heard from 25 feet beyond the property line. I made contact with the responsible party who also arrived. There were also vehicles parked around the property outside of the driveway.
Okay, sir, please state your name again for the record.
Hi, this is Moshe Rumane, property manager of 1600 Northeast 64th Street.
Okay, and it's my understanding you did not file an appeal in this matter, is that correct?
I guess so. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
I believe is this August? Is that the violation for August?
Yes.
I believe I drove there myself that night after I saw the inspector leave, and I did speak with the guests regarding the cars. But yes, it happened, and we do apologize for it. And we just want to let the city know that we are shutting down the business and we are selling the house as we speak.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. I have to find for the city because no appeal was received, so good luck to you with the sale.
How much is the fine?
It's $400.
Okay.
All
Okay,
right,
fine.
thank you.
Bye-bye.
Next case, page 4, Inspector Robert Brock, case number CE 23080692, case address 2409 DeSoto Drive, owner. Okay, this case is being withdrawn.
I'm getting on like that, right?
Please, invite him in when the case has been withdrawn.
Good morning, Mr. Garcia.
Good afternoon, good morning, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit ahead of myself. How are you?
Okay, this case is being withdrawn from the docket today.
Okay, does that mean that this violation is not going to be pursued, or is it just going to be pursued at a later date?
The case is being withdrawn and closed, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
It's being withdrawn and closed.
Okay, thank you. Continue, Magistrate, thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 23, Inspector Robert Croft, case number CE 23100253, case address 5300 Northeast 26th Avenue, owner Deguda Investment Inc. in care of Superior Florida Realty. This case was cited 10/7/23 to comply by 10/7/23. Three sections complied at $200. $600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 10/22/23, and the citation appeal was received.
Inspector Rob Carts, presenting on behalf.
Let's take the first one. Good morning, sir. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you
Yes,
swear and affirm- Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Inspector Robert Crock presenting on behalf of the city, case number CE 231000253. Case address is 5300 Northeast 26th Ave. 3 violations occurred at the vacation rental, 15-275. 5 responsible party failed to respond to the property within 1 hour. Hour being notified of the vacation rental occupant, law enforcement officer, emergency personnel, or city. I attempted to contact the responsible party and left a voice message at 9:09, informing them to arrive within an hour. And they failed to by 10:09. Other violation was 15-2781E. Vacation rental parking violations. And what we just heard was 15-2785A, a noise emanating from the property beyond the permissible limits before 10 PM to 50 feet. I arrived at the property at 9 PM, approximately 9 PM. And I made contact with multiple neighbors who said they could hear the noise across the waterway. I went to the bridge, took a minute-long video of the noise. I think it's clearly audible and it is amplified music. There are vehicles parked out front. I attempted to contact the responsible party. I left the message with them and they never got back.
All right, sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Lars Heldra.
Okay, and what do you want to tell me in support of your appeal?
Okay, well, first of all, I'd like to point out the fact that when the compliance officer in fact tried to call us, he did not call us on our emergency number, which has been the same ever since Fort Lauderdale started to regulate vacation rentals. So needless to say, if you're not calling our emergency number, which I am happy to give you now, it's a 954 number, 913-0431. But instead he happened to call a different number, which was a area code, a number with an area code of 561. You cannot expect us to respond within an hour if you're calling the wrong number. The other thing that I can prove is that the phone call came in at the exact same time as the compliance officer wrote the citation. So in other words, he didn't try to call us and then he waited for an hour and then he wrote the citation. No, he wrote the citation at the exact same time as a phone call came in to the wrong number. So on those grounds, I'd like to have the first citation removed. I can go on to the next citation, which is the one that has to do with the noise. When he came to the property and he made this phone call that he just stated himself, that he said he made it 9 minutes after 9, which is correct. He actually waited for a whole hour before knocking on the door, which was about 10 o'clock when he knocked on the door. So instead of handling the problem or taking care of the problem or what he alleges was a problem, he waited for a whole hour. And then when he knocked on the door, he told the guest that he couldn't hear anything from the street, but that he had to, or like in front of the house, but that he had to go over to this bridge that he talks about. And only from that bridge could he actually hear the noise, which, by the way, was across a body of water. Now, we all know that noise travels farther and faster across water than across land. So I think it's fair to assume that whoever came up with these rules, the 50 feet rule, had in mind that that was to be measured across land and not across a body of water. So on those grounds, I'd like to contest that citation. And the last one, again, with the cars, and by the way, there were only 2 cars that were parked in the street. In that photo, you see 3 cars, but one of the cars did not belong to the vacation rental house. So there were only 2 cars parked along the street. Again, instead of addressing the problem at hand, he chose again to wait for a whole hour until 10 o'clock when he knocked on the door, at which point we have video footage of the cars being removed within 3 minutes. And it was raining as well at that time. So it seems like the way that this whole thing was played out, by basically just sitting around and not doing anything with what he alleges was a noise problem and a car problem, it seems like the whole intent was to see if he could get 3 citations within an hour. Now, I also want to point out the fact that the guest that was there was a 57-year-old gentleman from Belgium that has actually rented from us on 7 times previously. So this was not, local people that were coming in to have like a weekend party or anything like that. And the cars, again, were removed within 3 minutes of knocking on the door. And the noise, if there was any noise, was also addressed. But all of this could have been handled an hour earlier if the officer had not elected to just hang around for an hour before actually addressing these problems. So those are my 3 comments as far as these 3 citations.
Okay, anything else from the city?
Absolutely, Your Magistrate. Katrina Johnson, Jordan Code Compliance Manager for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Notwithstanding the fact that Officer Croc waited for the responsible party the hour, which is why he waited, the violations were existing when we arrived at the location. Thus, that's why the violations are written when we arrive. Had he arrived, the violation would not have been issued. He wrote the violations as he arrived, of course, to save time. The property owner admitted to the cars being in the street. The video played has noise, and looking at his certificate of compliance as well as the application submitted by the property owner, the responsible party is a Lars Heldry at a phone number of 561-300-3001, which is the number that the code officer called, and is also printed on the certificate of compliance, which is what we go by, which the property owner does have. And if that is
That's not our number. That's the number of our director of IT, who happened to be in Norway at the time.
Incorrect number.
Please don't speak while she's speaking.
If there's an incorrect number, then the file would have to be adjusted by the property owner. That's the information they put into the system. We don't choose the information for them.
Okay, what is he talking about an emergency number? It's not the emergency.
He has several people listed on his application, but the responsible party, which is what the ordinance requires,
Okay.
is the person whose name I just stated and the phone number that I just stated. That's what's on the application and printed on his certificate of compliance.
All right, so you'll have to adjust that and change that number if you want in the future for the local number to be called. You understand?
Well, when you fill out your vacation rental application every single year, there's a field where you put in your emergency number, which is a number where you're supposed to be able to respond within an hour. That number is not the number that they called, and I'm not going to change my mind on that. The number they called is actually a number that I have that belongs to our director of IT, who's not even our property manager. He was, by the way, the one who filled out the renewal application for the vacation rental license. So maybe that's how they got his number, but that's not the number that's listed as our emergency number. It never has been.
Sir, do you understand that the way the ordinance reads is that the responsible party failed to respond? And under responsible party, you put the 561 number.
I do not believe that that is the case. I believe what I'm telling you, that we have an emergency number. If you read the actual ordinance for the Fort Lauderdale vacation rental industry, you'll see that every house is supposed to have what's called an emergency number, and they did not call our emergency number. But you know, they also could have actually knocked on the door, and then the guests could have actually contacted us, because they would have been able to contact us through a different number, through the booking manager's number.
Sir,
But instead, they elected to just wait around for a whole hour.
don't speak.
I guess
while
the
I'm-
intent was to get three
Please don't
citations.
Speak while I'm speaking.
Oh,
I'm staring at your vacation rental registration certificate of compliance, which says responsible party contact information, Lars Heldry, and the 561 number. So if you want the emergency or the local number, you're going to have to change that. And I'm gonna fight for the city.
all right. Well, that's not my phone number right there, but okay.
Next case, please.
Well, what's the outcome here?
I found for the city
On all three?
on all three.
But
Sir.
the noise thing, he couldn't hear the music.
I have ruled. I'm not here to argue with you. Next case, please.
Next case, page 19. Inspector Marco Aguilera, Inspector Gus Caracas presenting case number CE 2310086. Case address 1818 Southeast 10th Street. Owner JG South Florida Development LLC. Posted at property 11223, posted at 1 East Broward 103123.
We have quite a few people to bring into the room, special magistrate.
Okay.
This was. We have one right here, so I want to speak to. We have, I'm not even sure. I don't know. It's like 6 people.
I think
Do we have
the
neighbors?
HOA president.
Okay, to the community.
Let's see. Oh, really? Interesting.
Mark decline. Mark alone. Okay, what, is there a step?
Yeah.
We have to have video.
That is the register. Owner.
I think he's the property owner, right? And so I think those things will find a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, so we don't have that. Who's the property owner or manager?
Yeah, he's the managing member of the corporation that owns Seth Cohen, right? Yeah. He's the property owner, basically. Yeah, you wanna do that? You wanna brief recess?
Well, we trying to get set up.
Everybody? Okay.
Take a 5-minute recess while we try.
He's having trouble. We're trying to get everybody on. It's all.
Recording in progress.
Thank you.
Going back to page 19. Case number CE 231000856.
Hello?
Mr. Coleman?
Yes. Could you guys hear me? I don't know what's going on.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Lynn?
Mark and Lori declined the request to become panelists. They want to start.
Maybe they can listen. I don't know. So do we have Lynn and Jody?
And then Jody, yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We can't hear you, Ms. Lewis.
Good morning.
Who's the other person? Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Gus.
Good morning. Gus Caracas on behalf of Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case number CE 231000856 for the property located at 1818 South 10th Street. On Wednesday, October 25th, 2023, while on route patrol of the waterway, the subject property was observed to have numerous unpermitted flags along the waterway, which caught Officer Aguilera's attention, and upon further observation, workers were observed setting up DJ speakers, temporary event lighting, seating, valet stands, and temporary bar. It was apparent that the property was setting up for a large event. A check online of the company website that had the flags detailed both show events taking place over the weekend at the property. Officer Caracas, along with a Fort Lauderdale police officer, then responded to the property on land, and we were able to make contact with the event coordinator, Amanda, from IYC Yachts. This conversation was captured on body camera of the Fort Lauderdale police officer. In this conversation, the event coordinator admitted he rented the single-family home from the owner to host a private event for the weekend with approximately 200 guests. She also stated that they hired a valet service to shuttle vehicles to a parking lot 2 miles away from the site, and had a bus bringing valet drivers back and forth from the parking lot. Later that day, a call service was received from the city's 24-hour customer service line at 4:52 p.m. Q alert number 1131442 regarding having an event at the property. Cars backed up on the street. Officer Marco responded to the property and upon arrival, contact was made with Fort Lauderdale Police Officer Mucino, who was on site regarding the same call for service, as well as Officer Caracas and a Broward Sheriff's deputy. This should be noted as the deputy was on site because he was hired by the event to close the public roadway and ask for IDs of people driving down the public road and only allowing guests of the party and residents of that street to drive down the public roadway. The deputy explained that it would be unlawful and he would not be doing that. It should also be noted that neighbors were outside and approached us to show their discontent with the situation because this is the second year this party takes place. Contact was then made with a representative of Shelt Air, one of the companies hosting an event on the property. This conversation was captured on body cam of Officer Mucino. In the conversation, the representative stated that there is actually 300 guests and that he hired the deputy to close the road to facilitate the party's valet service, which will be set up on the roadway down the street to better accommodate the guests. Shortly after the conversation, guests began to arrive and the roadway turned into a grid traffic. On the road lane, they were being told to park on the road by their bosses because the valet was only for guests. Shuttle buses began arriving to shuttle valet drivers and to and from the lot being used to park cars again 2 miles away. Delivery trucks making deliveries to the party park blocking the only through the lane of traffic, making the end of the street inaccessible to police fire vehicles should there be an emergency that will take place. Guests became impatient with the traffic gridlock and began moving traffic control barricades surrounding the city seawall construction site and began parking on the construction site. Vehicles began driving over the residential swale, causing damage to neighboring yards, etc. This continued for several hours, making it nearly impossible for residents of the street to be able to come home from work or leave their own property. This is not consistent with the use or scope of activity at the regular RS 4.4 residential single-family home. The amount of guests, which is 300 plus vehicles, valet services on the roadway, delivery, shuttle, employees parking in the road, traffic gridlock, attempted road closure, and detours are what the city views as creating a public nuisance. Due to the scale at which the event took place, the city is requesting the impose of fines of the amount of $15,000. Your Honor, we do have video and pictures if you would like to see that.
Yeah.
Hi, just to save everybody some time. I had no clue that this was going on and obviously, no, I know I rented the house, but listen, I'm fine with the fine. I'm gonna make Shelter pay for it because I really didn't know they were having freedom, so they're responsible for it. So just to save everybody's time, I'm okay with it.
Okay, so, sir, are you agreeing to the imposition of the fine?
Yeah, you just give me the fine. I'm just gonna make them pay it because they were at fault with this. This is crazy.
Okay, well, that makes my job easier.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your cooperation.
Absolutely. I do a lot for the city. I do a lot of charitable work. I'm very involved in the city, so I don't want no issues. And you know, the boat show is something people do every single year, but these people were out of hand. I had no clue it was at that scale. So I'm just gonna make them pay for it. It's not a big deal.
Okay, but you understand if they refuse to pay, you're still responsible.
Absolutely.
Okay,
And Mr. Cohen, just so you're aware, and as the officer testified, this is the second year in a row at the time of the boat show that this type of activity has occurred.
It's not gonna happen again. The house is getting knocked down, so
That's why it's not gonna happen again.
yes, it's not gonna.
all right, thank you for all that attended. I'm gonna impose a $15,000 fine, and there'll be a finding of fact that in fact the violation existed.
Okay, thank
Can
you.
Can we speak? Can we speak?
Well, you've already won, so,
Well, we really didn't. I mean, if we have the option to speak, Lynn and I would like to speak on behalf of our street.
okay, but I've already ruled in your favor. So there's nothing really to add at this point. I understand that you had a difficult time. This was crazy. This shouldn't have happened. And I'm in agreement with you, and I've ruled in your favor.
Well, for him collecting, from what we understand, $250,000.
Jody, Jody, listen, Jody, I know you have nothing better to do. That's not true. And I'm not gonna let you make up lies. So if you have nothing better to do.
Okay, all right, I've ruled, and the here.
Your Honor, my only question to you is if the ruling is sufficient, given that this is a repeat convicted, this is a repeat offender. And I have better things to do with my time, Mr. Cohen, and it's pretty disappointing that you disrupt our street consistently. This is not just for this event, Your Honor. We have seen it happen for weddings, for graduation parties. It is a constant nuisance. And the people that go to these events are being served alcohol on site as well, and they drive like crazy people. I almost got knocked off my bicycle on the street that I live on.
I totally get the picture. I understand exactly what happened. This wasn't brought to me as a repeat violation, but I do remember this because I think I presided over the last case. And I have imposed the full fine that the city asked for. That's the maximum. So there's nothing else that I can do at this point. But I want you to know that I appreciate and understand what went on there. And that's why I made the ruling I did and gave the maximum that was asked for. Okay? Thank you.
A question is, how do we stop? He has, on social media, have your weddings here, have special events here.
That was a rogue person that did that, and I stopped.
We can't hear you. Can't hear you.
You hit, Ms. Cohen, you hit mute.
That was a rogue person that we filed the complaint against that was advertising our property illegally.
Well, there were events, we saw the wedding there, sir, so they may be rogue, but you still hosted the event.
She had pictures of a wedding. There was never a wedding there.
We saw it. I'm very sorry. I gather you live there, but we saw it.
All right, enough about a wedding. I don't want to hear anything about a wedding right now.
And I'm allowed to have people at my house. I'm gonna have people there whenever I want to.
You're right.
Please don't talk while I'm talking, Mr. Cohen. I have already granted the maximum I can grant. I appreciate the fact that you're fed up with this, and I totally understand what you put up with. And that's why they got the maximum I was asked for. So that's all I can do. All right. Thank you. Next hearing.
Next case, page 12, Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 23070482, case address 1492 East Broward Boulevard, owner Ginger Medical Office LLC, posted at property 101723, posted at 1 East Broward 103123.
1492 East Broward Boulevard.
Mr. Wagoda, are you connecting to the video? Can you hear us, sir? Yeah, Paul Wagoda. No? Okay. All right, we're moving on to the next case, page 38. California. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 23050447, case address 2521 Northwest 30th Way, owner Carrie Harvig and Kel Kabashinko. This case was first heard 9/12/23 to comply by 10/10/23. Six sections not complied at $50 per day, $10,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Okay, and we also have another case for this property. Same page, case number CE 23060728. And that case was first heard 9/12/23 to comply by 9/22/23. One section not complied at $200 per day, $10,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Yes. Both of them. It's two for them.
Okay.
Good morning, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Which one do you want to start with?
I read the 0447 first.
Okay. Okay, Inspector Broder for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 23050447. Property address 2521 Northwest 30th Way. The case was first came before the magistrate on 9/12/23, where the evidence was presented and found for the city. The violations were first cited on 5/15/23. A total of nine inspections were made on the property. The property is not in compliance. The city is recommending full imposition of fines.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Mikhail Kibolchenko, owner.
Okay, why are we not making any progress from September till now?
Good morning. I might be out of breath. I was just running to my desk when I heard California. I'm having issues with getting access to the property from the tenants. So I, at the beginning of, on 2 occasions, my handyman was denied entry and he felt threatened. I included exhibits. And right now I'm in the process, so I don't have legal or physical possession of the property. And right now I'm in the process of eviction. I filed it at the beginning of September. And I guess the courts were a little bit overloaded. So there has been no rulings until recently when I contacted and that's also in an exhibit, the docket. Until recently, I got in touch with the clerk and I asked them to bring the motions to the judge again. So there's an entry on the docket after like a month of the motions being after the motions were being entered. So basically the hearing is coming up soon, and after which there will be more progress in me regaining possession and I will be able to comply once I have the possession.
What is the date of the hearing?
28th of November.
Okay, and does he need entry to the property to turn on the city water?
No.
Okay, or to register? Okay, Sir, there's two things that concern me, on the violations. The registration for a rental dwelling, you don't need entry to the property for that. And, signing up for city water at that location, you don't need entry to the property to do that. So, are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that. As soon as I was aware of these violations, I complied with the registration. That was back in August. And I registered the dwelling. And I think even on one of the prior hearings that I was unable to attend, it was
Okay, is this complied?
That was complied. That was
Okay,
complied at
mine
the
still
hearing.
says not
Yeah, it says
complied. So it's
It was complied
complied.
on 8/7/23.
Okay, and I'm gonna take away
That's
the,
the only violation that was.
all right,
complied,
and I'm
I
gonna
think.
take away the fine on that, but what about the city water? Have you done anything about that?
the city water. Yes, the city water is in the name of the tenant. The tenant, so until it's in my account, I cannot do anything. But also I was informed at the beginning of September, I got a call from the water company and they informed me that firstly, they confirmed that I was the owner. And then they informed me that there's an outstanding balance of $800 that the tenants are not paying and that the city keeps shutting off their water, but they keep tampering with the shut-off valve and they keep reconnecting their water supply. So the city was, the water company was not happy with that.
All
So
right, in light of the fact that you have the hearing coming up on the 28th, I'm gonna give you a 28-day extension and suspend the fines during that time. And hopefully you can comply the property during that time.
may I ask for longer? Because if I have a hearing on the 28th to evict the person that's at the speed of the sheriff, after I get the order, the final order, then I need to apply for a writ of possession. And then I give the writ of possession to the sheriff. And then from that point, it will be at least 2 weeks until the sheriff can evict. But from that point, once that happens, then I can comply with everything.
All right, I'll hear from the city.
The issue with this property is it's more of a boarding house than somebody renting the house. You have a whole, like at least 10 young men living in that house that create a nuisance for the rest of the community. So the quicker this can be resolved, the better. So putting more time on it just puts more time on the people in the community that have to deal with what's going on that property. And this has been going on for a very long time.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna stick with the 28 days and good luck to you.
May I respond to that?
No, I'm
Okay.
done. I'm gonna make the ruling.
Thank you.
28 days on both cases?
Yeah.
Next case, page 24, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 230700001, case address 3340 Southeast 6th Avenue. Owner AGAP Robo Vault LLC. This case was first heard 9/12/23 to comply by 10/10/23. One section not complied at $100 per day, $3,400 approved. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Mr. Ward, will you please start your video?
How about now? Can you see me?
Yes. Will you please
Thank
raise
you.
your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Good morning, Your Magistrate. Captain Robert Cassar with Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office. Case number FC 23070001, property address 3340 Southeast Sixth Avenue. We do have the one violation that still exists on there for NFPA 1.7.7.2. Control alarm showing on the fire alarm panel. I did have a phone call yesterday with property owners. I believe it was Mr. Ward that was on the phone. He advised that they're still having one issue right now with the fire alarm system. Previously, we had issues with smoke detectors that need to be reprogrammed and replaced. Those they're advising have been taken care of. The last trouble condition that shows on the fire alarm panel is just for one of the phone data communication lines that will monitor for transmission of an alarm signal. And I'll let him speak as far as where he is in the process of bringing that last violation with the data communication lines into compliance.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Justin Ward.
Can you give me a status or an update on what's going on?
Good morning, Special Magistrate. Yes. I did submit 2 supporting documents. I contracted out the life safety company back on, July 31st, and I'd submitted that for the inspection to be performed. Advanced Fire and Century Security is the contractor, life safety company. They went out there, inspected it, and there was still an issue with the panel, as we found more. They decided also that they could take care of the issue by trying to sell me, which I went for, an additional service to maintain the panel. And I submitted both documents showing that I complied, and I tried to get this process moving forward with them back starting on July 31st. And I've had nothing but problems with this contractor. I spoke to Mr. Kucerich several times. I was on site back on, I want to say it was September 16th with the contractor, physically locating the smoke heads. And there was issues with that. It took us a while. This is a commercial storage facility that's 5 stories high that has basically concrete cubes with no windows. So we had to go cube by cube. In each one of these cubes, there's approximately 60 of them. They're 20 foot wide, 60 foot deep. There are 2 smoke heads. So this took us at least 8 to 10 hours. I was on site. They
How much
finally,
more time do you need? Have you isolated the problem, and how much more time to get it resolved?
yes, I'm requesting an extension of, if you could give me another 28 days. I called them again this morning, asking them to please schedule to somebody to go back out to the site and take care of the cellular communicator. They told me Thursday or Friday, but I've had numerous calls and emails with them. They do not respond, and I'm sort of at wit's end.
28 days, okay with?
That's fine. We've had good communication with property ownership, and I understand the issues that he's going through.
Okay.
He's actually under contract with them because I did advise, if you're not happy with one company, maybe pick up another one.
Yeah,
But he is under contract with them.
okay.
I don't know if he'll continue that contract after it expires. But yeah, 28 days. I do see progress that's happening on the property.
Okay, all right. Keep in touch with the inspector if you run into a problem, please.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 20, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 231005557, case address 2442 Bimini Lane, owner 2442 Bimini Lane LLC, posted at property 102423, posted at 1 East Broward 103123. Good morning, Ms. Craig. Will you unmute your mic? Two people.
Good morning.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Ms. Craig, can you unmute your mic?
Ms. Craig, do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 23-100-557, 2442 Bimini Lane. This property was cited for 15282 D1A. There is a qualifying number of violations at this location, rental property to request a 100-day certificate suspension. The first violation was on case CE 23-100-478. And that was for 15278 5A for noise. The second case was CE 23-100-487. And that was for a noise also 15278 5A and 15278 1E for parking grass for a total of 3 violations.
Okay, who is speaking on behalf of the property owner?
I'll speak because I'm handling it.
Okay, so please state your name for the record.
Melissa Bermudez.
Okay. And what do you want to tell me?
I know it did happen. The only thing I didn't see because there was no picture or anything was the parking violation. I wasn't sent a picture of that, but I did get the actual citation for it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, these violations were found to exist. There's 3 violations, okay?
2 on one, 1 on the other. Yeah.
All right, and the way that the code of ordinances rule reads that I don't have any discretion if there's 3 violations. I have nothing to, the way it reads, it says I shall grant the request for 180-day suspension. So I really don't have any choice in the matter. They don't give me any discretion once you reach a certain amount of violations.
Okay. Yeah, that was the main thing. I wanted to see what the status of that would be.
Yeah.
The only question, Your Honor, for the suspension to start immediately, or do they have somebody on the
Yeah.
property at this time?
Do you have a renter on the property at this time?
I do not know.
Okay,
They would ask for it immediately.
all right, so I'm gonna enter it effective immediately, and the time will start to run on the 6 months.
Okay. Thank
you.
How many cars were parked on the property? Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah.
I'm asking that.
I'm not retrying the violations right now. The violations were found to exist. And I'm not gonna retry them at this point. The only discretion I have is to enter the suspension.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The time to argue the violations has passed.
And just to advise them, Your Honor, in case, make sure they do not have any listings or anything else.
Anyway.
Any listings.
Okay, yes, you need to take down whatever sites you have advertising the property for the next 6 months.
Because a 4th violation could occur and you could go to 365 days.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the next step, so be careful. All right, next case.
Next case, page 25. There are actually 2 cases for the same property. First case Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, Supervisor Julio Davila presenting case number CE 230504000. Case address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner Thor Gallery at Beach Place LLC. This case was first heard 9/12/23 to comply by 9/22/23. Two sections complied at $200 per day, $15,600 approved. The city is requesting the full amount. Also, next case, Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, Supervisor Julio Davila presenting case number CE 230504001. Case address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner Thor Gallery, a Beach Place LLC. This case was first heard 9/12/23 to comply by 9/22/23. Two sections complied at $200 per day, $15,600 approved. The city is requesting the full amount. I think he's an attorney. Mr. Tilbrook?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. All right. Go ahead. I don't have to swear him in.
Liquor Compliance Supervisor on behalf of Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons for the case and address is read. This case was first heard on September 12th, 2023, where the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, providing 10 days to comply or a fine of $200 per day. A re-inspection is performed on October 1st, October 8th, and October 26th revealed the violations to remain. Fines accrued from September 23rd until the end of turtle season on October 31st, 2023. This equals 99 days times $200 for a total of $19,800.
This, I have 15,600 for each
both.
case.
For both uses each.
Yeah. For each?
Yep.
Do you have a plan state?
And 31.
231.
Because turtle season ended.
Yeah. Okay. But it should have started running 10 days after it was on the. When you have the fine begin.
Started 9/23, sorry.
Oh, okay. That's correct. What's the amount you have? Do you have 200 as well?
200 per day and about 15,600 each. Case.
Yeah, that's correct. My apologies.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, sir, please state your name for the record.
This is Steve Tilbrook with Ackerman, appearing on behalf of Thor Gallery. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine, sir.
Thank you. So we are continuing to work on achieving compliance. We know that we didn't achieve full compliance prior to the deadline. I know there's been communication between property management and the city's code officers. It's been strained at times because there's different code officers come out at different times and have different findings for the inspections. We have a new property manager on site, and there's going to need to be some additional coordination. The fines are accruing at $200 a day. There's 2 citations for this single property. So we're basically getting fined at $400 a day, which is an extraordinary amount for this particular type of violation, which is basically turtle lighting that involves a number of individual tenants. We're dealing with individual tenants and getting their compliance. So we're not contesting the fines at this point, but once we're able to achieve compliance, we're expecting to come back and seek a fine and lien abatement.
Okay, but the property is now in compliance because turtle season is at an end. So we can no longer fine you. So what I'll do is impose the fine, and then if you want to seek
Lien amnesty.
lien amnesty, then you can.
Okay,
But
thank
the
you. We can
fines-
do that now.
Yes, yes. And that would be for both cases.
And the fine amount was $15,600 per case.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. The only thing I would ask is that I know that we're out of turtle lighting season, season, but we still want to be proactive in achieving compliance. And we've had difficulty getting consistent direction from the code officers on what lights need to be abated. So what we'd like to do is continue to work towards compliance, even though we're out of turtle lighting season. And we would ask the code officers to meet with us, develop a checklist so that we can take each light off of the checklist as we resolve the issue for that light, even though we're not in turtle lighting season.
Supervisor asked for the city of Fort Lauderdale, at the magistrate, there has been no inconsistencies. Senior Inspector Dorian Colion can, attest to the fact that they have met on several times at their property and explained, what the requirements was to ensure that the lighting was not illuminated on the beach. But that's not a problem, because every year prior to the turtle season start, we always go in advance and we make sure that we give out informational, packets to all of the properties along the Fort Lauderdale coastal property, so it will be communicated again. It's a repeat because of the fact that we've been down this road with them before, so it's not been miscommunication. We made it clear exactly what the compliance measures are.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna argue it. We just want to keep working towards it, and we would appreciate staff's willingness to continue to work with us. It's a complicated site because there's multiple tenants that are nightclubs, restaurants. They make their business by having lights so people can see where they're located. So we're trying to bring it into compliance.
Okay.
We appreciate everybody's help.
All right, as you dove into the problem, if you have specific questions, I'm sure the inspector would be happy to answer them.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next case, page 40. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, Rafael Santos presenting case number CE 230200567, case address 1121 Northwest Fifth Street, owner McBride Lodge in care of Varian J. Harris. This case was first heard 7/27/23 to comply by 8/31/23. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not comply to $50 per day, $550 accrued. One section comply to $50 per day, $550 accrued for a total of $1,100. This is the request for extension.
Good morning.
Yep.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Harris. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Good morning, Inspector Rafael Santos presenting case CE 230200567. The property address is 1121 Northwest Fifth Street. The remaining violation is code section 9-304B. The driveway swell is not being maintained as required. It is not smooth and the soil has potholes. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted November 12, 2023. No violation stated is not in compliance. The city is requesting a 28-day extension and then $50 thereafter.
28 days.
28 days, yeah.
Okay. All right, sir, please state your name for the record.
Varian Harris.
Okay, are you in agreement with a 28-day extension?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
All right, how much of an extension do you want?
Well, I submitted paperwork, uploaded paperwork that I submitted to risk management, for, damages to the swell. I don't know if you have that in front of you. if you go to page 6 and 7 of the document, or just go through it and read it. My whole argument was that the city damaged the swell and that they are responsible for making the repairs to the swell, and that was why I submitted the paperwork to risk management. They denied it because they said a statute of limitations, but because this violation was filed within the 4 years, my whole argument is that the city was negligent in making the repair to the swell properly, and that started a cause of action because when it comes to the repair, they use heavy equipment, as you see in the paperwork. And when it comes to restoration of pavement after they completed the work, according to the ordinance, if they use any heavy equipment on that swell, they're supposed to repave the whole area to the full lane width, according to the ordinance.
Okay, did you raise all this when this came for a hearing and a violation was found to exist?
Yes, ma'am, I did, and I was told to contact risk management. And the issue I had was when I contacted risk management, they told me that they needed a date. So I had to contact the clerk of the city clerk. And that was, and the inspector is aware of that. I've been keeping the inspector aware as far as submitting him the correspondence between the city clerk and myself and with risk management. So he is aware of everything that I've been doing as far as keeping him abreast of what I've been doing. And it was time consuming locating the paperwork, but as you can see with the documentation that I uploaded, you could see that I did locate when they did make the repair, and that was what risk management wanted from me, and I provided that to them.
Okay, and so what's the next step?
Well, the next step is, I mean, risk management, they declined it because they stated that this 4-year statute of limitation, but because the cause of action, because of the city negligence in repairing the swell properly to the minimum standards, that right there extended or reset the statute of limitation because of the city's actions.
Okay, city attorney, want to weigh in on that?
I certainly haven't seen the full claim in advance, Your Honor, and for the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan of the city attorney's office. But if risk denied the claim because it's outside or beyond the statute of limitations, then there would be no further process on behalf of the city that the city would go through once risk has denied that claim.
Okay, but permission to speak. The work,
Yes.
the work was performed in August of 2019. Okay, so when the violation for making the repairs to the swell was done, it was within that 4-year limitation, statute of limitation.
Okay, but did you make the complaint to risk management before that date?
I did, and again, it fell on deaf ears, and I did state that in previous hearing that I did try reaching out to risk management, but again, it came down to them wanting a date, and I did find the date, and I submitted the paperwork to them as I was instructed to do by the special magistrate. And I mean, the reset is, as far as the statute of limitations, is there was negligence on the city part for not repairing the swell properly within the standards, minimum standards.
Well, what I need to see is whether or not you made the claim within the statute of limitations.
That's why I got denied special magistrate, and he did upload his claim, which was denied, and there's nothing that we can do at this point in time. And the ordinance states that he has to maintain it, so since it got denied by risk for the city to fix it, he now has to maintain it because he didn't make his claim in a timely manner.
Okay, but what he was telling me was that this happened in
Okay.
2019 and that he made his claim before the 4 years was up.
Can you put that back on the screen? What was that? What was the date of that?
Document.
I thought he was saying that. They got
Come here,
denied.
come here. The document.
And what's my authority to review if risk management calculated this wrong?
The one he submitted, right?
Yes.
What's the date on the incident claim? I can't see it.
It's beyond.
Okay. All right. Do you understand, sir, that the date you submitted, the claim was in October of 2023, so it was beyond the 4 years.
Ma'am, permission to speak?
Go ahead.
Okay, I stated my claim, prior, to the special magistrate within the period. It took a while for me to get the information from the city clerk's office and the inspector from the onset. Him and I have been talking about it from when the process started. So he's aware that I did contact city clerk's office prior, to the, within the statute of limitations. I just had to get the date from them as far as them giving me the paperwork that I needed. And that's why you see the October 12th, because I was waiting on the city clerk to get the information back to me.
Okay. What on these matters, I'm asking the city attorney for some help, tolls the statute? Is it the filing of the claim? Is it the reporting of the claim?
It's the filing of a claim with risk management. That has to be done within the 4-year time frame.
Okay, but when it comes to the cause of action, can you explain that to me? Because of the word tolling, can you explain that to me? Because I did everything properly. I just had to wait on the city clerk to get the information back to me. And it just didn't happen. It happened outside as far as them getting the information back to me. The inspector, him and I have been talking. He's been working with me on this here. And as soon as I alerted or started talking to the city clerk's office, he can attest that it was within the 4-year statute of limitation. When I started my correspondence with the city clerk, trying to get the correct information.
So Your Honor, that does not toll the time, and he did allege delays by the city clerk at the last hearing, and I inquired accordingly. So the city received his public records request on Friday, August 18th, and provided him all of the documentation on August 23rd.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna give you 56 days extension to bring the property into compliance. Because it appears that the statute of limitation did run. And the clerk had provided you with the public records request in a timely manner. All right, next case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 41, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 230600512, case address 1312 Northwest Second Street, owner Elgin Single. This case was first heard 10/10/23 to comply by 11/14/23. 5 sections not complied at $50 per day. Fines start 11/15/23, and this is an order to reappear. It wasn't bothering him.
Hi, Judge.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand?
Good morning.
Good morning. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Good morning, Your Honor. This case was heard and, since the old hearing, they have gotten the permit moving. It is now in process as of, this morning, or not, well, before that, but this morning it's still in process of getting completed for a, demo.
Okay. All right, so how much time do you think he needs?
He's gonna need, at least 60 days, I would say.
Okay.
63, whatever it is. Go ahead.
All right, sir, please say your name for the record.
90,
My name is Elgin.
91.
Okay, all right, the city appears to be in agreement for an extension of 91 days for you to complete the demo process. Are you in agreement with that?
90 days? Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That's it? Is that all?
Yes, you're excused.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Judge.
Next case, page 12, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 230800128, owner. Case address 500 Northeast Third Street, owner Amera Third Street, Inc. Posted at property 10/17/23, posted at 1 East Broward 10/31/23. And they also have a second case on page 13. Also Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 230800129. Case address 502 Northeast Third Street, owner Amera Third Street, Inc. Posted at property 10/17/23, posted at 1 East Broward 10/31/23. 12. Yeah, public 13. Christopher Smith. Well, one at the bottom.
Okay, thank you.
And then 13 at the top is the second case. Mr. Smith, will you please start your video?
I tried.
He's got two.
Yes.
And he's got two things on.
Do you have two devices connected?
Do I have what? Sorry.
Do you have two devices connected?
I have a landline.
I can't make it up.
The host would like you You could press *6 to unmute.
I'm hearing nothing but an echo. Do you have more than one device is going? Shut one off.
All right, we're gonna move to the next one. Next case, page 11, Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 23080761, case address 1004. Southwest 22nd Terrace, owner Merlandi LaFortune, posted at property 10/19/23, posted at 1 per hour 10/31/23.
Hello.
Morning, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Good morning, Inspector Diego Santos, representing the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23080761. Property address 1004 Southwest 22nd Terrace. The initial investigation was conducted by me on August 23rd, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 9-306 complied, 9-280H1 was complied, 9-304B was complied. However, this violation is presented to the special magistrate as a recurring from violation CE 22100438. Violation 9-305B was complied. However, there's also a recurring violation from case CE 22100438. Violations 18-12A complied and 18-4 complied. So the case is fully complied. It's just been presented to the special magistrate as a find and a fact.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Maury LaFortune. I'm the son of Milan LaFortune.
Okay, all right, so apparently the property has been brought into compliance, and we thank you for the diligence in that regard. But because this is a repeat violation with the cars and the landscaping, they've asked me to enter a finding of fact that the violation existed. I will not fine you this time, but if it happens again, you will be fined. Do you understand?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 40. Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 22070344, case address 251 Laguna Drive, owner Forrest Patton and Forrest E. Patton Revocable Trust. This case was first heard 2/14/23 to comply by 3/21/23. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied is $75 per day. $1,575 accrued, and this is a request for extension.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just
Good
joined, so I
morning.
didn't hear if anything was said before.
No, I just
No, we're
read the
just
case.
starting.
Okay.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22070344. Address is 2512 Laguna Drive. Case was first heard February 14th of 23, for code section 9-305B, soil area has artificial turf. As artificial turf, Magistrate Angro found for the city and granted 35 days to comply. On April 11th, 2023, Magistrate Angro granted 154-day extension. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted November 12th, 2023, and found the violation to remain. It is requesting full imposition of fines.
Okay, Counselor.
Good morning, Andrew Shine here on behalf of the property owner. Just as a bit of a background on why these were extended in the past, the city was working on an ordinance, specifically the engineering department was working on an ordinance to allow artificial turf in the swales in certain circumstances. And we got the extension so that ordinance can move forward. At the last hearing, I mentioned that the ordinance was still moving forward, but hasn't progressed very much. And I don't recall who on the city side said it, but someone said that the city is no longer moving forward with that ordinance. I spoke to Danny Ray, the city engineer, and that was news to him. It is still in the city attorney's office, and so far nobody has said that it is not moving forward besides whoever I guess roguely mentioned that at the last hearing. So as of now, we do understand that this still is potentially moving forward to allow artificial turf in the swale. We would ask for another extension, but more importantly, if the ordinance does not go through, we will be asking for a variance for the artificial turf. We cannot ask for a variance for a code of ordinances requirement, but we can for a ULDR requirement. This was cited under section 9305B, which is up on the screen. 9305B does not say anything about living ground cover. It does not say anything about artificial turf. I do believe this was cited under the wrong code section. And again, this is important because if we are going for a variance, we need to have a code section that's in the ULDR. There is, I won't do the city's homework unless they ask, but there is a proper code section under the ULDR that does require living ground cover, but this is not it. So I know that it was already found in violation. That was when we were still trying to go for the code change. But now that that is being at least slow walked, we do need to go for a variance. So I would request that the previous order citing under this wrong code section be vacated. If you want to cite it under the proper code section under the ULDR, that's fine. But for this violation, it is cited under a code section that doesn't really apply to the instant case here.
Your Honor, Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. While we appreciate counsel's attempt to help us, respectfully, we don't really need any help. So this violation was heard on February 14th, 2023. The violation was found. The appeal time to contest the validity of said violation has expired. That would have been 30 days within the rendition of that order. So the violation is a non-appealable final violation. In terms of additional time, obviously I'll rely on Your Honor. That's not a legal issue. I have no knowledge of the artificial turf ordinance going forward or not going forward. I'm obviously going to be inquiring about that with our office, but I'm certainly not handling it.
If I may, understood. In that case, we would ask for this case to be complied under 9305B because it doesn't violate 9305B and it never has. So we would ask for it to be complied and then cited under the correct code section. So if you can't vacate the order, understood. Let's comply this. It's obviously in a well-kept, neat appearance. That's not at issue. The issue is just that it is artificial turf. So let's comply it under this code section and then cite it under the ULDR.
Any objection from the city? Okay. All right. City's gonna comply it and bring it onto the other portion of the ordinances.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 21, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 23090650, case address 128 Fiesta Way, owner Grace Properties International Inc., posted at property 101623, posted at 1 East Broward 103124.
Hello?
Hello, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
You can't see.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 23090650 for property located at 128 Fiesta Way. This property was cited on September 28, 2023 for the following violation. 15-272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. This is a recurring violation of case CE 22040064 and will be brought before the special magistrate whether compliance is met or not. The violation was brought into compliance on October 16, 2023. The city is seeking a finding of fact in this case with any future repeat violation receiving an immediate fine of $1,000 per day.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Felipe Ferrari.
Okay, do you understand that the city is asking me, they know that you are in compliance and now have your certificate, but because this is the second time it's happened, they want me to enter a finding of fact that the violation exists, so that if it happens again, you will be fined immediately. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do. We remove it as soon as we receive the letter. We removed from those platforms, and that's not going to happen again. I do understand.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next case, also page 21, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 23100560. Case address 1705 Northeast 11th Street, owner 1705 Northeast 11th Street LLC, posted at property 101923, posted at 1 East Broward 103123.
Hello.
Hello, will you please raise your right hand? Oh, okay. Good morning. Will you both please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 231000560 for property located at 1705 Northeast 11th Street. This property was first inspected on October 9th, 2023, under case CE 231000263, and an inspection report was issued for the following violation: 15-2787. The advertisement for this vacation rental property does not meet the ordinance requirements relating to occupancy, certificate number, and/or sexual predator verbiage. Maximum occupancy is 2 guests per bedroom. This property was again inspected on October 11th, 2023, under case CE 231000335, and citations were issued for the following violation: 15-2783. There is a solid waste container placed curbside outside of the permitted timeframes. This is a recurring violation of case CE 230900365. The property has received 3 violations within a 12-month period and is now being brought before the special magistrate for the following violations: 15-282D1B. There's a qualifying number of violations at this vacation rental property to request a 180-day certificate suspension before the special magistrate. The city is requesting full suspension of the vacation rental certificate for 180 days.
Please state your name for the record.
Josh Geffner.
Okay, all right, with 3 violations, the way the code reads is that I shall suspend your certificate for 180 days. So I do not have any discretion in the matter.
So I'll explain you what happened. I used to have a management company running the house. It's a vacation house, and the guy just disappeared one day. He didn't let me know. I didn't know what I didn't even know about all the issues. Everything in the city was addressed to him, and as soon he disappeared, and I didn't know he disappeared because they didn't let me know he's disappearing. I was thinking he's running everything, and then one day, Pass reached out to me, and I told them that the story that the management disappeared, and I hired a new management, which is attending the Zoom meeting right now, and so I'm just asking to get extension first of all, because again, it's a new system, and I know the thing wasn't addressed correctly, but I wasn't aware of it. And as soon I saw that things are not moving correctly, I hired a new management company, and I'm sure they're gonna be on top of the thing right now.
Okay, I assume it was sent to the address that was on Property Appraiser's website. You know, unfortunately, there's not much I could do for you because that was the address listed at the Property Appraiser's website. And unless you change that address, any notice from the city is going to go to whatever address.
I know, so oh, sorry. I told Pass, and I gave him all my new information. He put everything in the system. So now I'm attached, and also the new management is attached. Before the old management didn't attach me, he didn't give any of my information. And the second he disappeared, basically he was the only one to get the information, and he wasn't here.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, the way the ordinance reads is once you get the 3 violations, it's an automatic suspension. It does not give me any discretion when it uses the word shall suspend. So what do you have anybody in the property right now?
I don't have a guest in the property, but I have the management here, and
Yeah, the house is vacant now.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna enter the suspension for 180 days beginning today.
Is there any chance we can get like one more? Because again, it's a new system, it's a new management, and the old management is obviously fired.
Again, you're making the same argument, and I've told you twice before, there's nothing I can do about that.
Okay.
You know, I realize it's harsh, but that's the way the ordinance reads, that if you have 3 violations, I shall, you know, the instruction to the special magistrate is you shall suspend the certificate. So I don't have any choice in the matter.
Even if there's a new management in place, it doesn't matter, a new owner representative?
It doesn't matter, no, because the notice went to the address that was on file with the property appraiser's office. And so, and there were 3 violations, so I don't have any choice in the matter.
But again,
I'm not gonna argue anymore, sir. You know,
I'm not arguing. I'm just trying to get to your attention that I wasn't aware of it, and I wasn't even attached.
3 or 4 times, and I've already explained to you that under the ordinance, it goes to the address on the property appraiser's website. So I'm sorry, I know it's harsh. There's nothing more I can do. All right, next case.
We're going back to page 12, Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 23080128, case address 500 Northeast 3rd Street, owner Amera 3rd Street, Inc. Posted at property 101723, posted at 1 East Broward 103123. Also, page 13, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 23080129, case address 502 Northeast 3rd Street, owner Amera 3rd Street, Inc. Posted at property 101723, posted at 1 East Broward 103123. Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Have to hang up your phone, sir. Oh, use the microphone.
Talk.
Okay.
You have to disconnect one device.
Testing.
Are you connected by phone and computer?
Yes.
Turn off the phone.
Okay. Okay, phone's off.
There you
Okay,
go.
there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear us? You still need to use the phone for the audio part. Again.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Perfect. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear in the firm to speak the truth at today's hearing? What page again?
Yes.
13.
Bottom of page.
Good morning, Inspector Magistrate, Dr. Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 2308028 for the property located at 500 Northeast Third Street. Inspection of the property was performed on August 3rd and cited for the following violation. 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this vacant lot property and on its swell. This is a recurring violation and will be presented to a special magistrate as a recurring violation for cases prior to CE 2208063, CE 21040203, CE 200700713, and CE 200111379, whether or not it comes into compliance before special master hearing. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on August 3rd, allowing 14 days to come to compliance. Contact has not been made with property owner or representative. Special magistrate request, let me rephrase that. Contact has not been made with the property owner intended for this case. Special magistrate request form sent on September 21st of this year, scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on November 13, and pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation has been brought into compliance. Your Honor, for this particular case, this is a finding of fact only.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Christopher Smith.
Okay, do you understand that, because the property's been brought into compliance, they're not asking for any kind of a fine, they're just asking for a finding of fact that the violation did in fact exist. And because of the repeat nature of this, if it happens again, you will be fined. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm not gonna fine you today, but I'm gonna enter the finding of fact, so let's keep that property picked up.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Thank you.
next.
The second one also?
Yes, same thing.
Okay.
Your Honor, Gus Caracas, the City of Fort Lauderdale. Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 230801129 for the property located at 502 Northeast Third Street. Inspection of the property was performed on August 3rd and cited for the following violations. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this vacant lot property and on its swale. This is a recurring violation and will be presented to the special magistrate as a recurring violation for CE 220808654, CE 210400204, and CE 200700104, whether or not it comes into compliance before special master. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA on August 3rd, allowing 14 days to come into compliance. Contact has not been made with the property owner or representative for this particular case. Special magistrate request form sent on September 21st
and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was on November 13th, and pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation has been brought into compliance. Again, Your Honor, this is a finding of fact case only.
Okay, sir, please state your name again for the record.
Christopher Smith.
Okay, same ruling here. I'm just entering a finding of fact. I'm not gonna fine you today, but if it happens again, you will be fined. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next case, page 7, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 23080096, case address 2100 South Federal Highway, owner Waterstone Holiday Inn LLC, posted at property 101723, posted at 1 East Broward 103123. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Rafael Sanchez for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 23080096. Address is 2100 South Federal Highway. I inspected the property on August 2nd, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 18-1, there was graffiti on the green mesh of the temporary fence, which is complied. Code section 18-12A, there was overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property, which is complied. This is a recurring violation of code section 18-12-A for code case CE 2112038, and is being presented to the magistrate for finding of fact whether or not the violation complied prior to this hearing. An inspection report was issued on August 2nd, 2023. I re-inspected the property August 23rd, 2023. Notice of hearing was posted October 17th, 2023. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 12th, 2023, and the violation is complied, remains complied.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Joaquin Pineros.
Okay. The city informs me that the property's been brought into compliance, so there'll be no fine for today. In effect, that the violation did exist, so if it happens again, you will be fined. Do you understand?
Yes, we do.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case, also page 7, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 23090192, case address 1415 Miami Road. Owner Julian and Shireen Payas, posted at property 101723, posted at 1 East Broward 103123.
Yes, hi, this is Julian Price, owner of the property.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Rafael Santos, the city of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 23090192. The address is 1415 Miami Road. I inspected the property on 9/7/2023, and the following violations were observed. 9-280H1, the wood fence in the rear of the property is in disrepair. There are slats that are detached and are missing. The city's asking 28 days or $100 per day for that code section. Code section 1812A is complied. There was overgrowth of bamboo trees, trash, rubbish, and debris. An inspection report was issued September 7th, 2023. I re-inspected the property September 27th, 2023. Notice of hearing was posted October 17th, 2023. Pre-hearing inspection on November 12th, 2023. The following violation remains as depicted in the photograph. The city is requesting 28 days or $100 thereafter.
Is this a fence that is required for the property?
Yeah, it's multiple townhomes that are together, and that's what separates them. And it was the bamboo trees that caused all the damage to the fence. So he got rid of the bamboo trees,
Okay,
and now, you know, he's gonna be in the process of repairing.
all right, sir, please say your name for the record.
This is Julian Pius.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 28 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Yeah, so I just want to confirm. So we are okay with the bamboo, right? I removed the bamboo.
Yes.
Yes, apparently, so that's okay, but we just need to fix the fence now. Is 28 days enough time?
Can I get I had a hard time finding people to fix the bamboo. I just got it done, but I had to really look for, so can I get maybe like 60 days to fix the fence so that I can find somebody to fix it?
56 days.
All right, I'll give you 56 days or $100 a day thereafter.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page. Next case, page 29. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 23070265. Case address 1400 Northeast 16th Court. Owner MDR Motors LLC in care of Michael Rico Jr. This case was heard 9/12/23 to comply by 10/10/23. One section not complied at $200 per day, $7,000 approved. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Will you both please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
I do.
Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23070265, address 1400 Northeast 16th Court. Case was first heard on September 12th, 2023 to comply by October 10th, 2023 for the following violation: 47-19.9.8.3.A. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 12th, 2023. The violation 47-19.9.8.3.8 has not complied. The city is requesting a full amount to be imposed.
Please state your name for the record.
Louis Izquierdo, Greco Fort Lauderdale, acting for the owners of the property, Your Honor.
Okay. And
Yes, my name is Alexi Brigadier. I'm a tenant of this location. Company name the Ford Group LLC.
do you want to tell me why the property is not in compliance yet?
Your Magistrate, can I speak since I have POA for the property owner? I don't believe the tenant does.
Okay,
So we've been through with the city trying to get the specifics of this property because it was rented, and some of those pictures are obviously there's some trucks and some vehicles there. The way the property is positioned, which I had to go to code compliance superiors to get a whole explanation of the use of having any truck, vehicle, or parking, storage, or servicing of anything there. It's really conditioned only to the Ford dealership, okay? The property has been rented to the tenant, okay? And we've been trying to work this because we couldn't quite understand why it was conditioned only for the Ford dealership. So when you look at some of these pictures and you go through them, the larger big trucks are from the tenants, and some of the other vehicles and so forth are actually from Greco Ford. So I would address that with code compliance down the line to bring the property into compliance. Like that truck right now in the picture, that is a Ford Fort Lauderdale vehicle. So that truck would be in compliance. We have already spoken to the tenant, or the attorneys have, and they have served the tenant and told them, because it was their due diligence to make sure that they were using the property for its right case. So the attorney has already served the tenant with notice to vacate as I provided it. So they've got to do their actions. It is not easy for them to be able to relocate and do this overnight. So as the landlord, we're just asking for some time to have them move their business and their property so we can bring the property under compliance. I spoke to the code compliance officer. We think 60 days would be reasonable for us to go ahead and take care of this.
So, Special Magistrate Supervisor asked for the city of Fort Lauderdale community enhancement. So Bert Ford, who is the zoning chief plans examiner, and also Chris Cooper, who is director, talked to this property and met with the actual property owner on October the 18th. At this time, it was made clear, and they said that it was going to be resolved, and it was going to be concluded that the use that they're using is not an authorized use under the ULDR. For that, because the use can only be for Greco Ford, and it seems like they understand that. However, this is something ongoing because of the fact that the tenants that are there are still storing it there, and they haven't seen any progress towards them actually moving it in order to come into compliance. So we would ask for the imposition of fines on magistrate, and then once it's complied, they can at that time, if they've done it in a timely manner, try to apply for the amnesty program. But we were asking for imposition today.
Especially, Your Honor, I would just add, because as the narrative indicates, this is a recurring violation. This isn't the first time.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna impose the fine. Next case.
Your Honor, can we have the 60 days to just we have served the tenant with basically a notice to vacate. Or is that not a possibility, or we just have to wait for them to vacate and then come back in front of you?
Sir, I've already ruled, but you can go through an amnesty process once you bring the property into compliance. And under, the amnesty program will be shown a great deal of latitude there. What is it?
All right.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Next case, also page 29, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 23080700. Case address 2973 Northwest 68th Street, owner Caleb Napper and Bradley Morris. This case was cited 8/22/23 to comply by 8/22/23. One section complied at $150 for a total of $150 accrued. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline 9/6/23, and no appeal was received.
Hello.
Hello, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case TE 2308070, address 2973 Northwest 68th Street. This case was first cited on August 22nd, 2023 for the following violation. 47-21.15.8. It shall be unlawful to remove a tree described as follows without first obtaining a tree permit. This citation violation notice has been issued for cutting down one banyan tree in the backyard of this property. As of November 13, 2023, the citation has not been paid. The city is requesting a full amount to be imposed. No appeal was received.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Caleb Napper.
Okay, did you file an appeal in this matter?
Actually, I have been doing my due diligence in filing for the permit and being in communication with Gail. Gail, I asked for an extension multiple times in email, which I have with the city, which I have provided in the documents.
Okay,
It won't let.
Mr.
Yeah.
Napper, if you have not filed an appeal, then it's like admitting that the violation existed. That's the way the ordinance reads.
I had some.
Let me finish speaking, please. So the fine is $150, and I have no alternative but to impose the fine because you did not file for an appeal. Sir, do you understand?
Yes. So I didn't know there was an appeal. I actually have somebody helping me with submitting all my documents and everything. I went into the Fort Lauderdale case. It would not let me pay the first fine until the permit was submitted and accepted by the city. I called Gail actually and asked her, hey, it won't let me pay my fine. What do I do? I then called the city. She gave me a number. I called the city and they said, yes, it's not going to let you do the fine until your documents were submitted for the permit, and that it is done after that is done. So I had only 60 days to do this. I informed them that I work out of town. I'm out of town 26 days out of the month, sometimes more. And out of town, I'm sometimes in Europe and sometimes I'm out of state. So I might need an extension, or I might need some help getting this documentation in. I submitted this documentation before the due dates. They did not approve the documentation. I came back from work and I immediately the next day went to the bank, filed out the new paperwork because they said they needed me to change something on it. Well, I can't do a notary overseas, especially with limited internet. They won't let me do a notary. These documents have to be notarized. So what I did was I told, through emails, you see my emails there. I was like, please give me an extension. I'm doing everything that I can. I've never been in this situation before. I'm a brand new homeowner. I've never owned a home before. I'm just trying to do what was right. I didn't cut the tree down just because I wanted to cut it down. It was actually endangering. My neighbors were worried about it. It was dropping branches. I had it actually paid to have it cut down when I wasn't even home. But all in all, I have done all my documentation. I submitted everything. It took the city 2.5, 3 weeks for them to first deny my first application. At that time, I had already asked, hey, I'm not going to be here. Gail, what do you want me to do? I'm not going to be in town. I'm going to be working overseas, or I'll be out of the side of the country. And she said, it's fine. Just keep in touch with me. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to have somebody, or somehow I'm going to try to get in touch with you. None of this happened. So
Okay,
it's just been back and forth.
All right, sir, the fine is still $150 and I still have to impose it, okay? So
Okay.
if you've submitted your paperwork, then you should be able to pay the fine and it'll be taken care of, okay?
So he's not.
Okay, that's the problem. I still can't pay the fine.
Wait a second.
For the city of Fort Lauderdale, he's absolutely right. You cannot pay the fine until he actually finalizes his permit. Just because you submit for a permit, that doesn't mean that the permit was issued and that it's been finalized. Until that permit is finalized, because he's beyond the 60 days that he was granted in order to get the permit. Had he got the permit within the 60 days, we wouldn't have brought this before the magistrate to impose the fines until after that permit was did, so we could have done both at the same time. However, no, not until he finalizes the permit will he be allowed to pay the fine. So we wanted the imposition, so when it's finalized that he can submit the payment.
Okay, so again, the fine's still $150. When you get the permit, pay the fine and you'll be done.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next case, page 12. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 23070482. Address 1492 East Broward Boulevard. Owner Ginger Medical Office LLC. Posted at property 101723. Posted at 1 East Broward 103123. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Magistrate Gus Caracas for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 2307042 for the property located at 1482 East Brown Boulevard. Inspection of the property was performed on July 18 and cited for the following violations. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including but not limited to the swale right-of-way area. 9-280B. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, including but not limited to missing awning, wooden ramps, structures in disrepair. 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing beading paint. 9-308B. Move debris, trash, and other elements which is not permanent to the roof. There are tree-limbs, branches that are on the roof. 47-20.20.h. There are the parking facility that is not being maintained at this property. The parking facility requires to be resurfaced and restriped. 18-12A, there's overgrowth of shrubbery and of foliage. And there's trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and on its swale. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed in DCPA with their first class mail on August 3rd, allowing 14 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner in regards to the violation, how to come to basically come in compliance. Special magistrate request form sent on August 30th, scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on November 13th, and pictures were sent here were taken to confirm the violations have not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting the following. It is requesting a mandatory reappearance in 56 days. Your Honor, just to let you know, the property owner did apply for a demolition permit for the building. It is in process. That's why we're asking for 56 days and mandatory appearance. If the building gets demolished within the 56 days, then the case gets compliance, the case will be closed. If not, then the owner will have to come back and say, hey, what's going on?
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Paul Wagoda.
Okay, do you understand the city has asked for me to give you a 56-day extension and to reappear on January 9th, unless the property's been demoed before then, in which case contact the inspector and he will comply the case. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir.
No fines, Your Honor. It's a mandatory.
Right. Next case, page 33, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 23010403, case address 3450 Charleston Boulevard, owner Audrey Lewis and Philip G. Lewis. This case was first heard 9/12/23 to comply by 10/10/23. One section complied at $25 per day, $850 approved, and the city is requesting no fines. Wait, that's all the bond down. Good morning, Mr. Lewis. Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Will you please raise your right hand, sir?
My right hand is up.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead, Rachel.
Good morning, Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case. And that was already read in by Ms. Blue. This case first came before the special magistrate on 9/12/23. Special Magistrate Ansborough ordered 28 days to comply with the violation of 18-1 roof storage, or $25 per day for violation. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 11/13/23, the property was found in compliance. The city is requesting that no fines be imposed.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, please state your name for the record.
Philip Lois.
Okay, I assume you're in agreement with no fines.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And
All
I
right, thank
appreciate it.
Okay. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, bye. Our next case, page 13. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2307-0206. Case address 1071 Tennessee Avenue, owner William Robert Whitsett. Personal service on 10/17/23, posted at 1 East Broward 10/31/23.
Hello, I'm here.
I think he had the issue last time. Mr. Whitsett, can you
Yes,
start
I
your
can hear
video?
you fine.
We can hear you, but
I
we need
keep
to be
getting,
able to
hostess
see.
asked you to start your video and I say, start my video. And nothing happens.
Are you on your?
Raise my hand.
No, sir, we need to be able to see you.
Oh. I don't know.
Are
what
you
to
on,
do.
are you on your cell phone?
No, I'm on a Chromebook and I have Zoom on here and I tested it out before and it worked.
You try to start and stop your video.
Yes,
Did you
every
hear?
time it comes up, I push the button and it goes away.
Can you try to start it and stop it at the bottom left side of your screen?
I don't have anything there.
You don't see the video icon?
I do, and it says start video and it's got a line through it.
I have a line through it. Press that button.
I'm pushing the button and nothing's happening.
Can you press the arrow pointing up next to it?
There's no arrow pointing up next to it that's coming up.
There's no arrow next to the camera that says stop video.
No. I have a microphone. Second here.
Camera.
Select a microphone, select a speaker. The computer audio options is the only thing that it's got.
Do you see the video camera next to the microphone?
Yes, and it says start
Put your-
video and it has a red X, a red line through it.
Yeah, put your cursor right on the video and press it.
Nothing's happening.
Can you go to audio settings?
Okay,
see-
select a microphone. I can do that. Built-in mic, select a speaker.
Can you go down to
Leave
where it says
computer-
audio settings? The audio
Yeah.
settings right at the bottom. Click that. Then the screen should pop up, then you should see video,
Okay,
then you should see camera.
right.
What options do you have there?
I have general, video, audio, background, statistics, and about. And I press video and I'm getting a circle.
You're having issues with their, I'm not sure what's going on with the computer. Are you near a cell phone that you can connect with?
I do.
If you open the email that we sent you for the meeting and click that link, it should log you straight into the meeting. You should not have to do anything else. Please try that. If you have any issue with this email.
Okay, I had an issue one time before because if I logged out of it, it wouldn't let me come back in.
If you're having issues, just shoot an email in response to the email that you get. We're gonna move on because we can't hold on to the hearing, but if you're having issues, send an email to that email address, we'll get you another link. And you have to get another way to connect to the meeting. You have to see your own video.
All right,
All right.
next case.
Next case, page 36, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 23010855, case address 2300 Northwest 15th Court, owner Islanders Homes Investment LLC. This case was first heard 9/12/23 to comply by 10/10/23. Three sections not complied at $50 per day, $5,250 approved. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
2300.
Yes.
Walker.
So Walker, please do not decline the request to come to panelists.
He's declining. Mr. Walker, you're declining the request. You have to accept the request. Yeah, let's do it. If he's not.
Our ID, right?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ana Berenguer. I'm appearing on behalf of Jose Berenguer. My case has not been called yet. But I'm happy to start if you're ready.
No, we need your ID. We need you to submit your ID.
I believe I already submitted it, but I have it with me here ready as well.
No, we haven't received it, so we need. Yeah, you don't have to show your ID.
Okay,
But
where
we
do I
need
send it?
Special magistrate at fortlauderdale.gov.
Okay,
Okay, and we'll come back to your case.
thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Walker kept declining, right? Okay, moving on. Next case, page 37, also Karen Proto, Inspector Karen Proto. Case number CE 230302448, case address 2145 Northwest 20th Street. Owner Ernestine Brown Hankerson Estates. This case was first heard 8/8/23 to comply by 8/23/23 and 10/10/23. 3 sections not complied at $50 per day, $7,650 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Rebecca Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 230300248, case address 2145 Northwest 20th Street. The case first came in front of the magistrate on 8/8/23, where evidence was presented and found for the city. These violations were first cited on 3/8/23. A total of 9 inspections were performed on the property, and the case is not in compliance. The city is recommending full imposition of fine.
Please state your name for the record.
Lourdes Sanchez Garcia, BAR-CIA.
Okay, why is it taking so long to get this property into compliance?
Your Honor, I'm not the owner of the property. I'm here representing the new owner. The one of the documents I provided your office with was the final judgment of foreclosure, in addition to the certificate of sale. The certificate of title only issued, I want to say on the 10th, either the 9th of the 10th of last week. So we have just, the mortgage company has just taken ownership of the property, and therefore we've had limited ability to make the necessary repairs. As it is, we won't actually be able to go into the property until we were to get rid of the owner, or I apologize, not the owner, the person in possession. And the writ of possession has not been issued. Like the certificate of title is issued on the 7th. We have, while I was waiting today to be called, the occupant did get in touch with the listing agent and has advised they will permit us to enter the property on November 17th. I apologize, they will not permit the entry on the property on the 17th because she has a doctor's appointment on the 16th, on the 17th, not the 16th. So we may be able to start some of the repairs to the outside of the building, but we ask that no fines be imposed at this time, since, like I said, the mortgager has only been able to take title as of 7 days ago.
The owner is deceased.
So if the owner changes hands,
The owner
you
is
have to
deceased.
close this one and open a new one.
The owner of the property is deceased. I'm not sure.
Well, apparently the owner of the property has changed, so.
Yeah, and but if council, I mean, this. Montoya would like to weigh in on this one, and this time this by the bank was filed for this foreclosure prior to our hearing there, prior to our case. The fines would probably more than likely disappear anyways, so I don't know, how we want to proceed with this one, but I'll defer to council.
The attorney.
So, Your Honor, as of today, in BCPA, it still reflects that the estate of Ms. Hankerson still owns the property.
Okay.
However, if once the change in title is reflected in BCPA, then I can decide with staff as to best proceed. We may end up closing the case and opening a new one, but again, I haven't seen any of the documents that council has indicated. No doubt that it's true, but I haven't seen.
So should I just grant an extension until?
I think that would be prudent under the circumstances, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm gonna grant a 56-day extension. And when you get your paperwork filed to change the owner with the property appraiser's office, please notify the inspector. And they will decide whether to close the first case and open a new one, or how to proceed, and we'll let you know.
I appreciate it. So we have the owner has 56 days to fix this, and I will get in touch with, bear with me for a second. I just need to find the inspector's name again. It was Karen Proto.
Yes.
Very well. I'll send you over the CT it issued on the 9th. I can get that over to you this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
All right, make sure it's changed with the property appraiser's office.
Okay, I'll make sure that someone does it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next case, page 16, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 230504454. Case address 2150 Northwest 30th Way, owner Jacques A. Grubor. Posted at property 101623, posted at 1 East Broward 103123. Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand?
Good afternoon.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
All right, Karen.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 23050454. Case address 2150 Northwest 30th Way. The property was inspected on 5/15/23 and the following violations were observed. 9-308A, the roof is not in good repair and not weather tight. There is a white tarp covering the whole roof. 9-306, there are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paint. It's compliant. An inspection report was posted on 5/15/23, and I re-inspected the property on 6/20/23. A notice of hearing was posted 10/16/23. As of pre-hearing inspection on 11/12/23, the violation remains as depicted in the photos. I have been in touch with the owner and offered him assistance to get the roof taken care of, and he's working with that to get that complied. So the city is requesting 91 days for that violation to come into compliance.
Or a fine of?
$25 a day.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Jacques Gregor.
Mr. Gregoire, are you in agreement with an extension to bring the property into compliance of 91 days or a fine of $25 a day?
Well, if I could speak briefly, because on the situation, the roof, I've actually Miss Proto, she has been helping me. We've been in contact. The roof, I've had an insurance claim in for the last 2 years. I got approved for 16 grand. And then they told me my insurance company is leaving Florida. They went bankrupt. So now I had to wait on the state of Florida to grant me the money. Now, after I was told that, that's when I started to get, the violation. So I've been in this process trying to get my roof fixed for 2 years. I do not know if 90 days is going to allow me to get it fixed. And I've been working with my insurance company. I've been in the process of holding from first my insurance company, now the state of Florida. And I still just don't have a specific answer as to when I'm going to actually get the check.
Reappear? Well,
Yeah.
yeah. I will give you the 91 days and then I'll issue an order to reappear so that you come back on February 13th and give me a status update, okay?
Okay, thank you.
If you can, if you can get FIGA to issue the payment and you can get started, that's fine. If not, at least come back on February 13th and give me a status.
Thank you, I will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 17, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 230700683. Case address 1905 Northwest 21st Avenue, owner Issa Natur and David Natur. Posted at property 101723, posted at 1 East Broward 103123. Yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
I do.
I do.
Inspector Proto, City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 230700683. Property address 1905 Northwest 21st Avenue. The property was inspected on 7/24/23 and the following violations were observed. 15-28, the business at this location is operating without a business tax receipt and operating a second business in the garage on the side of the building. Sorry. Violation BCC 39-296. There is illegal land use occurring at this B3 property zoned property. The vacant lot is being used to store vehicles, buses, trailers, commercial trucks, and is prohibited as per section 39-295. An inspection report was posted on 7/24/23. I re-inspected the property on 7/3/23. A notice of hearing was posted 10/17/23. As pre-hearing inspection on 11/12, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days or $100 a day for each violation.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Your name?
First name, Isa, ESA. Last name, Natur, NATOUR.
Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 10 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Your Honor, can we have 20 days to bring the property into compliance? The tenant's been asked to vacate the property. They had a hard time, finding a new place where to relocate. But I'm happy they found a place where to go and they're be moving out. And they're getting the new place on the beginning of the month. So can we get 20 days for them to allow them to relocate somewhere else and bring up the property to compliance?
This is a grocery store.
Okay.
It's just a grocery store, and they're renting out the side to do a hand car wash and taking in funds for the back to store all those vehicles, which is illegal land use, and this has been going on since July. I've been
The
in
car-
contact.
The car wash, actually, I was in contact with zoning and, cause we were trying to see, if I was zoned for car wash. And I asked them to bring me proper, documents, to have everything, legal, but they failed to do so. So that's the reason they were asked to leave. That's the reason I couldn't comply by the day she gave me.
Okay, the people who are running the legal car wash have put in for a BTR, for a business tax license, and it has been denied. It's not zoned for
Yes,
that.
they showed me. Yes, they showed me last week. It was denied, and I asked them. They have to vacate the property, and they're willing to comply. But they just asked me if they could leave on the beginning of the month when they get their new place. So all I'm asking is for an extension of 20 days, and I'll bring the property up to compliance.
28 days. Okay.
28 days.
Yeah, I know, that's not any place. Okay, all right, 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, once they leave, do I have to call Ms. Proto to come out again and do an inspection?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
We're going back to page 36, trying to get Mr. Walker on. Page 36, we're gonna try to get Maurice Walker back.
36, you said, right?
Yes. 300. No, I'm reading the two is actually on.
Sorry. Well, I'm not gonna miss these. technical-
Not at all.
Put a little bit.
And all they have to do is just step up to the podium. Jerry.
You get it.
Can we hear?
Take off your mute button.
Here, he'll unmute him. Get this in the room. Good afternoon, Mr. Walker.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm gonna read it in, Karen. Let me read it in.
Good job.
Okay, I'm gonna read it in. Next case, page 36. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 230108555, case address 2300 Northwest 15th Court, owner Islanders Home Investment LLC. This case was first heard 9/12/23 to comply by 10/10/23. 3 sections not complied at $50 per day, $5,250 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Mr. Walker, will you please raise your right hand? Your right hand, sir?
Yes,
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case and address is read into the records. This case first came before the magistrate on 9/12, where the evidence was presented and found for the city. The violations were first cited on 1/3/23. A total of 13 inspections were made on the property. The case is now in compliance. We are requesting administrative costs. $764.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
My name is Maurice Walker.
Okay, are you in agreement with the reduction of fines from $5,250 to city costs of $764?
No, I am not in agreement.
Why not?
Mrs. Parado has updated pictures. I spoke to her supervisor who told me that yes, the property has been in compliance. Why is she still showing those old pictures?
No, I'm not looking at the pictures. Once I hear the case is in compliance, I was not looking at the old pictures.
Okay,
But fines have accrued up until this point, but the city is willing to waive the fines and reduce the amount to just city costs of $764 from $5,250.
Your Honor, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Between the 10th and the 11th is when I met with Ms. Parado on the property. And that very same day after she drove off and I agreed to show up at the hearing on the 12th, I had to fly to Jamaica because I got a call when I drove off from her that my father is dying and will die in a few hours. I text her and let her know that was my problem and asked her if she could get me a little bit more time because I would not be here. I did go to Jamaica. My father is dead. I buried him and I came back and finished what I was supposed to do.
Okay, sir, I'm sorry for your loss.
Madam Chair, I knew that these violations were written in January. January 30th, I met him out on the property 3 times. I did comply with the violations that were complied. Violations were complied in March for the overgrowth. They were complied for the waste containers were out. They were complied for the outside storage. The landscape was not complied. The driveway was not complied. And the impeding into the right of way was not complied. I met Mr. Walker out there 3 times and explained to him that he cut the tree down, it was still impeding, he cleaned up, it was still impeding. So I did meet him out and try to explain to him what happened. The circumstances were after the fact.
Okay,
And I also,
all right, I'm gonna, grant city costs of
Your Honor?
$164.
What?
I am granting the city their costs of $764.
Your Honor, before I
I'm
leave,
not gonna argue with you, sir, okay?
I'm just asking you for a privilege, Your Honor, please.
Sir, I've heard the evidence and I think that the city is being more than generous, reducing the fine. They're not fining you for $5,000 worth of fines that accumulated on the property. They're just asking for their costs back. I think that's very reasonable and I'm granting
But
it.
Your Honor, I heard what she said. She said that I did not comply with the tree, which the tree was gone, and that the only thing that was not complied when I flew out was the grass. That was the only thing left. I did the driveway. I cut the grass.
All right.
The only thing that was left was the grass. And when she left me with everything else complied.
Okay, all right, I made my ruling. I think that it's generous under all the circumstances. Next case.
I can appeal this, right?
Yes, be my guest.
Okay, I'll pay my lawyer $500 to appeal it.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Can we see if Mr. Wetset is back?
just for the record.
Wetset. William Wetset.
The purple one.
Oh, was there? Yeah, he had issues last time. I think he promoted him to panel. It's the same guy. When you see him, you'll. He won't come and you got a whole, I mean, you went from 5,000 to 700.
William, are you with us?
What? You gonna get some in it?
The smarter. They're done is. Based on large passing.
Right, right.
As soon as you call on me, the green light goes off on my camera. I don't understand this.
William.
He's not out loud.
No, and one more after him. But we can't see William.
He's not using his cell phone.
William, are you still on your computer?
I'm here. I just
Connected with your
can't.
cell phone or are you still on your computer?
You can do it, William.
You see an arrow next to the camera icon now?
Yes, I do.
Click that arrow. And try one of the other options you have there.
Video settings.
Yep. Try changing cameras.
Thank you.
Front camera. How's that? My camera came on for a second and then it went right off. The green light came on.
We're so close.
Seems like your computer's blocking Zoom, but that's above our pay grade right now.
What?
There you go.
Hey, I'm glad to see you folks.
13. Let me read the case in. We're so excited. Next case, page 13. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2307-0206. Case address 1071 Tennessee Avenue. Owner William Robert Whitsett, personal service 1017-23, posted at 1 East Broward 1031-23. Mr. Whitsett, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
All right.
All right. Okay, Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting a case for the property, which has already been read in by Ms. Blue. The initial inspection was conducted on 7/8/23, and the following repeat violation was discovered. 18-12 which is now complied. There was overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and swell. This is a repeat violation per case CE 211000869 and will be presented to special magistrate whether or not compliance is met. On 7/31, the property was found to be in compliance. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 11/13, the property remains in compliance. The city is requesting that a $50 fine be imposed beginning the date that the repeat violation was found until the day compliance was met, which is 7/8 through 7/31, which totals the amount of $1,150.
How much?
$1,150.
7/8 to 7/31.
Yeah.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
William Robert Whitsett.
Okay, the city has requested, because of the repeat nature of the violation, that a fine be imposed of $1,150. And what do you have to say to that?
I understand that.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, thank you very much.
Did it breathe? Control.
Post the fine, and thank you for joining us today, Mr. Whitsett.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, see you in a little bit. Bye.
Okay.
And I'll see you in a little bit, so I don't know. Oh my gosh, okay. Our next case, page 31, Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 230800829. Case address 1967 Southwest 28th Avenue, owner Jose M. Behringer. This case was cited 8/23/23 to comply by 10/24/23. One section complied at $150, $150 accrued. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 9/7/23 and no appeal was received. Okay. Is she an attorney?
Yes, I said you was.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ana Berenguer. I'm appearing on behalf of my brother, Jose Berenguer. I was not aware of any appeal that he received to register for the appeal. If not, we would have done so. We have no objection to paying the fine. We have not been told where to pay the fine or how to pay the fine. If not, he would have done so. The reason the tree was removed, it was full of recluse spiders, which are extremely dangerous. And poisonous can kill actually his dog. He has a dog, and I have my daughter who's constantly going to his house, which is his goddaughter, and they're super dangerous to kids and humans as well if they're bit by this spider. The tree was infested with them, as well as the roots of the tree were starting to go underneath the property and starting to damage the property, the foundation of the property itself.
All right, can I hear the inspector present his case first? Go ahead.
All right, good afternoon, Inspector Diego Santos represents the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230800829. On August 23rd, upon conducting routine inspection of the area, I observed the following violation at the property in question. Violation 472115A, the tree removed without a permit, a strangler fig tree, it was removed without a permit. It shall be unlawful to remove a tree without a first obtaining a tree removal permit. A fine of $150 was issued together with the inspection report, giving the property owner 60 days to obtain a after the fact tree removal permit. However, the property owner, as we know, did not only pay for the fine, as well the 60 days has expired for him to get after the removal of the tree, and also has not been applied. So the city at this moment is just requesting for a position of fines.
Okay. You understand that in order to be in compliance, you're gonna have to apply for an after the fact permit for the tree that was removed.
Understood. Was the paperwork submitted to him at his address, or who's been in contact with him, because he's completely lost?
Okay.
Absolutely. So both the violation and as well the report, it was actually posted directly to the property. It was posted to the door to the property. And also there was my phone number, also instructions how to get in touch with me, so I could give him instructions, but no contact was ever made. The only contact that he made with me when I post about the hearing, that's when he called me, and
That's the only one. Yeah, that's the only one I received as well, is the one about the hearing. If not, I would have done so immediately to help him out. I'll get in touch with you now to see how we can, resolve this and pay the fine as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna impose the fine, but you're probably not gonna be able to pay it online until you get that permit squared away.
And you said the fine was $175, correct?
$150.
$150, okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of the respondents. It's Mr. Woods.
Thank you.
Jerry, can you get rid of Mr. Woods? That's your friend. William, he's still in there. That's your friend. No. Jerry's like, okay. You need a break or you ready to go?
I'm okay if everyone else is.
Rhonda, you good?
I'm good, thank you so much for us first,
Just put in the minutes. You want one, Robert? You want a break? Rhonda, why your hair look open?
That's still on.
It's different to your hair.
Oh, thank you.
No, it's really pretty. And it's
If there's a change, there is, yeah.
Next case, page 3, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 23090003, case address 3906 Southwest 12th Court, owner Lamicha Murtaugh, posted at property 102323, posted at 1 East Broward 103123.
Good afternoon, Your Majesty. Sorry, with Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office here for case FC 23090003. With property address of 3906 Southwest 12th Court. Property reside in reference to NFPA 13.6.4.3.2.1. The fire extinguishers have not been serviced or tagged by a certified person or company within the past 12 months. We're requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 4, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 23090009, case address 771 Northwest 22nd Road, owner Franklin Jackson Court, posted at property 101923, posted at 1 East Broward 103123.
Yeah, it's Captain Robert Sarwich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case FC 23090009. Property address 771 Northwest 22nd Road. Property cited in reference to violation of F-103.2.5, unable to gain entry to perform fire safety inspection. Our current fire inspector out there on this property is Cedric Daniels, who actually he spent about 3 weeks at the fire academy. He also is now on funeral leave. So there may have been contact that has been made or attempted to be made by the property owner in order to get the inspection done. I'm unaware of it because of my contact with my inspector.
Okay,
But we're requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
so ordered. Next case, also page 4, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 23100001, case address 540 Northwest 20th Avenue, owner Royal Assembly Church of the Living, posted at property 101923, posted at 1 East Broward 103123.
And Captain Robert Sarwich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case FC 23100001 with a property address of 540 Northwest 20th Avenue. Their property was cited in reference to violations of F-103.2.5, unable to gain entry to perform fire safety inspection. This is another one of those situations where one of my inspectors has been transferred to operations. However, I have spoken and made contact with the pastor at the church, and I have an appointment with him on Thursday. So we're requesting 28 days or $100 a day there.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next case, page 6, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 230800023, case address 1440 Miami Road, owner 1440 Rose LLC, posted at property 101723, posted at 1 East Broward 103123.
No.
Rafael Santos for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case and address read into the record. Inspected the property on 8/1/2023 and the following violations were observed. 9-363, failure to register this residential rental dwelling with the city. We're asking for 10 days or $100 a day thereafter. 18-12A, there's prohibition of debris on this on this property and around the garbage dumpster. This is a recurring violation from KCE 23030260. This violation will be presented to the special magistrate, whether or not it would be compliant for a finding of fact. We're asking for 10 days or $100 thereafter. 47-34.1.A.1. There's illegal land use occurring at this property, outdoor storage around the outside of the dumpster of accounts, wood, carpets, and other miscellaneous items. We're asking for 10 days or $100 thereafter. 47-19.4.B.A. There's a dumpster enclosure that is not being maintained at this location. It is missing the doors. We're asking 28 days or $100 thereafter. An inspection report was issued on August 8th, 2023. I re-inspected the property on August 23rd, 2023. Notice of hearing was posted October 17th, 2023. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted November 12th, 2023. The violations remain as depicted in the photograph.
Okay, so
Next case, page 9, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 230400096, case address 1620 Northeast 62nd Street, number 1, owner Elonia in Parazzelli Estates, posted at property 10/18/23, posted at 1 East Broward 10/31/23.
Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting a CE 230400096. Address 1620 Northeast 62nd Street. This case was first cited on April 5th, 2023 for the following violations. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The pre-application has not been submitted or is incomplete. 9-307A, comply. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, comply. 9-304B, driveway is not being maintained in a smooth, well-graded condition. There is cracks, potholes, and missing asphalt. 9-280G, comply. 9-280B, comply. In 9-276C, parentheses 3, comply. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on November 12th, 2023. The following violations remain: 9-363, 9-305B, and 9-304B as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 9-363 and 56 days for violation 9-305B and 9-304B to comply, or daily fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
okay, do me a favor and go over those again, the ones that,
Are not complying?
yeah,
Okay, I'm sorry. 9-363. 9-3. Oh, you want the amount of days? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Oh, 10 days for 9-363. And
Or fine of
fine of amount of
$100.
$100 per day for that one.
okay,
And
305B.
yes, and 9-304B.
9-305B, 56 days.
56 days
Or $100.
or $100 per day thereafter.
56, 100, 305B is 10 and 100,
56.
50, both 56.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you, sorry about that.
Next case, page 10, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 230903337, case address 6251 Northeast 20th Way, owner Richard W. and Doris L. Taylor, posted at property 10/18/23, posted at 1 East Broward 10/31/23.
Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230903337, address 6251 Northeast 20th Way. This case was first cited on September 12th, 2023 for the following violations: 18-11A. The swimming pool at this occupied property is black in color, and the water has become stagnant, dirty, and will become a breeding ground for mosquitoes. The swimming pool is in this condition has become a public nuisance. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing filling paint. 9-308B, there is debris, trash, and another element which is not permitted on the roof. The roof is stained and dirty. 9-279F.
Yeah, are there other pictures?
The.
There aren't, they weren't, they didn't see any picture of the pool. No.
There is a cool picture, but I had to take it from the neighbor's property because this property is occupied by squatters and there's still 2 people in there. So we're speaking with Detective Levine and Skagit. I'm sorry, I did not approach the property because it was squatters.
Yeah, you can keep going through it. It's not through the fence. It's just, you'll see it. You'll be able to see it.
So, I think I was on. 9-279 Everton, right? The plumbing and fixtures at this property is not properly connected to the city water and sewer system. As of today, there is no water and the meter has been pulled from the property as well. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on November 12, 23, and the following violations remain: 18-11A, 9-306, 9-308B, and 9-279F as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-11A and 9-279F, 56 days for violation 9-306 and 9-308B to comply with a daily fine of $200 per day per violation thereafter.
Has anyone from the city had any contact with the property owners?
The property owners are deceased.
Oh.
And this is, the property is owned by HUD, but I haven't had any contact with them. The detectives tried to reach out to someone from HUD, but no contact was made.
And what did you ask for, Inspector, for the swimming pool?
10 days.
Fine.
$200. It was 10 days for the swimming pool and for no running water. At the property.
Next case, page 14, Inspector Wanda Aquabella, case number CE 230807002. Case address 424 Northwest 14 Terrace, owner Lorraine E. Smith and Anel A. Smith, posted at property 101923, posted at 1 East Broward 103123.
Wanda Aquabella for the city. Case and address is read. The property was inspected on 8/21/23, and the following violations were observed. 4719.5.H.3 is withdrawn. 9-280H1, the fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. It has discolored parts and disconnected parts and is rusted. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. Inspection report was posted on the property as well as mailed to the owner listed in BCPA on 8/21/23. I re-inspected the property on 9/5/23. Notice the hearing was posted on 10/19/23. As of the pre-hearing inspection on 11/8/23, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. City is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, also page 14, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 230700376. Case address 341 Southwest 21st Street, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Empire Property Pros LLC, posted at property 101723, posted at 1 East Broward 103123.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case and address read into the record. I inspected the property on July 14, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 9-280H1, the fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The wood fence is missing slats and the chain link fence is broken and missing support. Violation 9-306, the exterior walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Code section 9-304B, the driveway is not being maintained as required. The driveway is stained and has peeling paint. Code section 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a well and kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover, including the swale. 9-305A has complied. 18-12A has complied. An inspection report was issued July 14, 2023. I re-inspected the property August 13th, 2023. Notice of hearing was posted October 17th, 2023. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted November 12th, 2023. The violations remain as depicted in the photographs. The city is requesting 56 days, $100 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 15, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 23030236. Case address 1221 Northeast First Avenue, owner Waltraud Pollock. Posted at property 101823, posted at 1 East Broward 103123.
Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230302. Address 1221 Northeast First Avenue. The case was first cited on March 10th for the following 2023 for the following violations. 47-34.1.8.1. There is non-permitted land use on this RD15 zone property. Items are being stored outside throughout the property, including but not limited to construction debris / materials, plastic garbage, pills, furniture, safety phones, rugs, and other miscellaneous items.
Can I have
This is-
picture, sorry, one second.
Oh,
Okay. Yep. Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry. Probably let me continue.
You could
Want to
pause for a minute, I guess you want her to continue, yeah, she can.
She can continue, we just want to make sure.
I just wanted to make sure that we're pictures, okay.
Okay. This is a reoccurring violation referred to case number CE 22070561. This case will be brought to a hearing whether or not it comes into compliance. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and composites in disrepair. There are areas of exterior that have stains and missing filling paint on the north side of the exterior wall. There are exposed wood beams that are showing. This is a reoccurring violation referring to case number CE 22070561. This case will be brought to a hearing whether or not it comes into compliance. 18-4C, comply. 9-304B, there is a trailer parked in front on the grass/lawn area. 18-4B, comply. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, debris on this property and or as well the front lawn south side of the property. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a reoccurring violation referred to case number CE 22070561. This case will be brought to a hearing whether or not it comes into compliance. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on November 12th, 2023. And the following violations remain: 47-34.1.8.1, 9-306, 9-304B, 18-12A, and 9-305B as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-12A and 28 days for 47-34.1.8.1, 9-306, 9-304B, and 9-305B to comply or a daily fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
So next case, page 17, case number CE 23070458. Case address 2030 Northwest 29th Way, owner Roderick L. Jordan Senior, posted at property 101623, posted at 1 East Broward 103123.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 23070458. Address 2030 Northwest 29th Avenue. The property was inspected on 7/17/23. The following violations were observed. 18-12A, the grass is overgrown, that has complied. 9-306, the exterior walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stained dirt and needs to be, and the property structure needs to be painted. And her special report was posted on 7/17/23. Re-inspected on 8/21/23. Notice of hearing was posted on 10/16/23. As a pre-hearing inspection on 11/12, the following violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $50 a day thereafter for remaining violations.
They haven't seen the pictures.
28.50.
How much is it in that?
I'm saying 28 days, $50 a day.
28 days, $50 a day for the last, the remaining violation. Only one.
Okay, so
Next case, also page 17, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 2307-0460. Case address 2070 Northwest 28th Terrace, owner Dorofra LLC, posted at property 101623, posted at 1 East Broward 103123.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 2307-0460. Property address 2070 Northwest 28 Terrace. Property was inspected on 7/17/23, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied. 9-306, the exterior walls have not been maintained. There are areas of exterior that have stained dirt, graffiti, and have not been painted. 9-280 subsection A, subsection 1, the white fence of the property is in disrepair. I mean, it has been complied, I'm sorry. And the pressure report was posted at the property 7/17/23. I re-inspected the property on 8/21/23. Notice of hearing was posted 10/16/23. As a pre-hearing inspection on 11/12, the following violation remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $50 a day for the remaining violation. What is that? That's not the regulation.
He said that's not the right picture.
That looks like it's in a wasteland. That's what did it, that's
We need 2070.
which one, that was in 2070?
Yeah, that's, you read the right one.
Yeah.
You read, you just have the wrong ones up there. Take the picture, so. You have to have them again, but you have to follow it. Do you want to read them?
I have to.
Okay.
Good one is gonna ask for stay at home. It was for an extension. Stay at home. Correct. For an extension. 28. Or 56. We can do 28. Okay.
You're not good influence for me.
We're good.
That's it.
Okay, we're done.
That's great.
Next case, page 18. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 23080431, case address 2570 Northwest 19th Street, owner Divine Touch Investments LLC, posted at property 101623, posted at 1 East Broward 103123.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 23080431. Property address 2570 Northwest 19th Street. The property was inspected on 8/20 and the following violations were observed. 47-18.13.C.1. This undeveloped parcel is being utilized for accessory uses without principal structure and use. It is being used for as a parking lot, storage of commercial vehicles, trailers, unhitched trailers, and trucks. This is a reoccurring violation. Refer to case number CE 22080474 and will be presented in front of the magistrate whether it comes in compliance or not. 18-12A, there is overgrown trash and debris on this property in its swale, and it is again a recurring violation, refers to case number CE 22. I'm sorry, case number CE 200050430, and will be presented in front of magistrate whether it comes into compliance or not, or police for finding. Fact. I re-inspected it on 11/12/23. Violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days or $100 a day thereafter for each violation.
So ordered. Next case, also page 18, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 23080676. Case address 1870 Northwest 24 Terrace. Owner Sidney Brown and Sue Land Brown, posted at property 10/24/23, posted at 1 East Broward 10/31/23.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 23080676. Address 1870 Northwest 24 Terrace. The property was inspected on 8/20 and the following violations were observed. 18-4C has complied. There are derelict, this is, it's complied, but, I'm sorry. This is a recurring violation for case number CE 23010590 and will be presented in front of magistrate when it comes to compliance and not finding a fact. 47-34.4.A1 has complied. 18-12A has complied. This was overgrown trash and debris, and it's also a recurring violation. Referred to case number CE 23010590, and it will be presented in front of magistrate whether it comes in compliance or not, seeking finding of fact. 9-304B has complied. 9-305 has complied.
For finding a fact, Francis. You got this. Next case, page 20. Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 23090369. Case address, property address 1175 Northeast 6th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. This case is complied. Next case, page 21, Inspector Robert Kropp.
Page 21.
Page 21, Inspector Robert Kropp, Supervisor Stephanie Bass presenting case number CE 23080923, case address 1424 Northeast 53rd Court. Owner Matthew Jeffrey Stephanina, posted at property 10/19/23, posted at 1 East Broward 10/31/23. Has no pictures for it. Oh, no picture. Okay.
Yeah, but let's reschedule.
This case is being rescheduled.
This case will be rescheduled, absolutely.
Okay.
The 14/24, right?
Yeah.
All right, absolutely. Next case, page 24, Inspector Paul Smart, case number CE 23090678. Case address 405 Hendricks Isle. Owner Terry Dowding and Carlos Alonso. This case was cited 9/23/23 to comply by 9/23/23. Two sections complied at $200 for a total of $400. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 8/28/23. No appeal received. Next case, page 26, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number ET 23050944, case address 2211 Southwest 27th Terrace. Owner Joshua Paul Clinton. This case was first heard 8/8/23 to comply by 8/23/23 and 10/10/23. One section not complied at $100. $3,500 accrued. One section complied at $100, $2,100 accrued for a total of $5,600. City is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. So ordered. Next case, page 27, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 23081033. Case address 401 Southeast 14th Court, numbers 1 through 8, owner FLL Center LLC. This case was cited 8/30/23 to comply by 8/30/23. One section complied at $150 for a total of $150. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 9/14/23 and no appeal was received.
So ordered. They found that this is right here on the only position, is that correct?
Yeah. Next case, page 28, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 230400072. Case address 5331 Northeast 33rd Avenue, owner Zhao Zong. This case was first heard 9/12/23 to comply by 9/22/23 and 10/10/23. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $7,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 29, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 230700393. Case address 3305 Northeast 15th Street, owner Luxury Ocean House LLC. This case was first heard 9/12/23 to comply by 9/22/23. One section not complied at $200 per day, $10,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 30, Inspector Robert Brock, case number CE 230500595. Case address 3029 Alhambra Street, owner DC Fort Lauderdale 1 Property LLC. This case was first heard 9/12/23 to comply by 9/22/23. One section complied at $250 per day, $9,750 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Ordered.
Next case, page 31. This was an order to repeat. Next case, page 31, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 221100275. Case address 330 Carolina Avenue, owner David Padilla. This case was first heard 6/29/23 to comply by 11/15/23 and 7/27/23. One suspension noted on the agenda. One section complied at 4 days for a total of at $25 per day for a total of $100, $1,175 total, $93,000 imposed. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Are you making a?
Oh, this is in order to reappear. No changes, Rachel?
No changes.
Next case, page 32, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 221200140. Case address 100 Carolina Avenue, owner Musant Alexandra. This case was first heard 9/12/23 to comply by 10/10/23. One section not complied at $25 per day, $875 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So
There are changes to that.
Okay.
Okay, Inspector Rachel Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Case number and property address was already read in by Ms. Blue. This case first came before the special magistrate on September the 12th, 2023. Special magistrate Ansborough ordered 28 days to comply or $25 per day per violation until compliance is met for violation of 9-305 B. On 10/24, permit number BLD-RPA, V as in Victor WT 23100013 was issued for the installation of a cement driveway. As a pre-inspection dated 11/13/23, the property was found to be in the process of getting the ground prepared for laying the concrete. The city is requesting a 56-day extension with a stay of fines and a mandatory repair.
Okay, I have everything complied but landscape.
Right.
Okay, so what's the permit for?
The permit was for the installation of a cement driveway.
Okay.
But how does that relate to the landscape?
Because he was part the grass, where he was parking on the grass.
Okay.
It was, he thought it was a driveway, but, and he wanted to put rocks, and I'm like, no. Mandatory reappearance, yes. 56 days with the stay of fine.
All right. Next case, page 33, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 221200206. Case address 1161 Iroquois Avenue, owner Christella C. Felix and Timothy Mike Ross. This case was first heard 6/29/23 to comply by 7/27/23. One suspension from 9/12/23 to 11/14/23. Three sections complied at $100 per day, $14,000 accrued. The city is requesting $847.
Change?
They're
Yes.
changing.
Yeah. Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number and property address. Ms. Blue has already read in. The case first came before the special magistrate on June 29, 2023, where evidence was presented and special magistrate plan ordered 28 days to comply with violations 9-304 parentheses B driveway maintenance and that 9-306 exterior maintenance or $100 per violation per day thereafter. At the special magistrate hearing dated 9/12/23, Special Magistrate Ansborough granted a 63-day extension with a stay of fines in order to come into compliance. As of the pre-inspection date dated on 11/13, the property was found in full compliance. The city is requesting administrative costs only in the amount of $847.
That's what I have. Yeah, that's what we have.
Yeah. It's better than we had.
So you went through all that.
I did, but it felt good.
Next case page. Right, I gotta go. Next case, page 34, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 230308666. Case address 170 Penn Way, owner Jason Casimir. This case was first heard 9/12/23 to comply by 10/10/23. One section not complied at $100 per day, $3,500 accrued. City is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. So ordered. Next case, page 35, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 23010801, case address 3839 Southwest Sixth Street, owner Hubert Beach. This case was first heard 9/12/23 to comply by 10/10/23. One section complied at $25 per day, $325 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount. So ordered. Next case, page 36, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 230100684. Case address 2710 Northwest 25th Street, owner Shamika Falk. This case was first heard 8/8/23 to comply by 10/10/23. One section not complied at $25 per day, $875 accrued. One section complied at $25 per day, $325 accrued for a total of $1,200. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case and address was read into the records. This case first came in front of the magistrate on 8/8/23, where evidence was presented and found for the city. These violations were first stated on 1/24/23. A total of 9 inspections were done on the property. The property is now in compliance. The city is requesting an administrative cost of $672.
673.
$672.
Okay. So order. Next case, page 37, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 230300944. Case address 2811 Northwest 21st Court, owner Eliza B. Prophet. This case was first heard 8/8/23 to comply by 10/10/23. One section complied at $25 per day, $875 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. The fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case and address is read into the records. This case, I did 6 inspections on the property. I'm recommending a stay of fines in 28 days to compliance. He's got like 5% of this driveway to finish. And they were in the flood, the April flood. So to just have them continue, there's absolutely no reason. All he has to do is paint a few sections and it's done. So
Okay, so
I'm good with that.
28 days.
Yes. Yeah, 28 days to come into compliance. And I think that's the one's going to work because it's. Yeah, okay. Because this was a mandatory experience that,
Right.
income.
Next case, page 39. Case number CE 22090712. Case number CE 22090725. Case number CE 22090729. These cases are all in full compliance. Thank you. Next page, page 40, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 23050084, case address 2017 North 21st Avenue, owner Laura E. Giles Estate. This case was first heard 9/12/23 to comply by 11/14/23. 3 sections not complied to $50 per day, fine start 11/15/23. This was in order to reappear. That's it. The city is requesting to enter into record pages 42, page 42 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases. So this concludes the special magistrate hearing for Tuesday, November 14th, 2023.